Welcome to Rubberband Live, the Australian recruitment and talent acquisition vodcast and podcast. I am Eden Haddock, your host and the creator of Rubberband, the recruitment network for all. Let's go live. And we are live. Welcome everyone to day 2 of Bounce 3, the panel van. So excited you could join us. And thank you so much to everyone who joined day 1. There's over 510 of you have watched. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate your support, and all the speakers as well, how much they appreciate it. I'm so glad you enjoyed day 1, and day 2 is jam-packed. Now, before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that I live and work on, the Wadawurrung and Dja Dja Wurrung people. I recognise their continuing connection to the land and waterways. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I would like to extend this to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Now, before I introduce the first panel, just a few things I would love today. Now, there is a chat box. You're all watching via YouTube. If you can actually comment, introduce yourselves, let us know where you're from, ask questions throughout the day. That would be absolutely wonderful. The more interactive we can make today, the better. The content you're seeing today and the content you saw on day 1 is really the tip of the iceberg. So please do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Also jump onto Apple Podcasts or Spotify and subscribe to our podcast. Loads and loads of cool content coming. Jump on the Rubberband website and check out our partners. They're all local. They all do amazing work, and they could all do with some support. So please jump in there and learn more about the Rubberband partners. They really are a great bunch. And also join Rubberband. So jump on the website and join. We're an amazing community, a very kind community, and we would love more and more of you to come and join the fun. So first up, we have recruiters thinking like marketers, reducing time to hire and utilizing tech and AI to make day-to-day life better. And we are joined by my friend Jordan Bettridge. Another one of my friends, Charlotte, and Jason Burns.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey guys, how you going?
Hey. Hey Jordan, hi Jason.
Hey, good morning.
Charlotte, before we dive in, why don't you just tell our viewers where you are on this beautiful planet?
Can you believe this is not a virtual background? I'm in gorgeous Bali, guys. I'm sorry. I know if I was you, I'd be jealous. And I'm in Seminyak. This is a villa in Seminyak, and the birds were very loud about 10 minutes ago, so I'm hoping they'll stay a little quiet now. It is just 6 o'clock this morning, so quite keen.
No worries. Well, thank you so much for jumping on your holiday. Obviously, it's a much well-deserved break for you. You've had a massive year, so thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. And also, welcome to you, Jason.
Good morning. Can't you believe this is also not a superimposed background? We're in the kind of the throes of winter in Ballarat. So nice to join you.
Well, I'd like to say that I have a very fancy background that's not made my favorite tool, Canva, but mine is 100% not my garage wall, which is where I'm sitting. Look, guys, thank you so much today. Today is a topic that I wanted to sort of cover, and I've for all those viewers that are watching today, I've handpicked Charlotte and Jason for a number of reasons. But today we want to talk about recruiters that can start thinking like marketers in order to sort of reduce their time to hire and utilize tech to kind of make their day a little easier. So I've already done some short introductions, but let's start with Charlotte. Why don't you give us a little brief introduction about you, your business, and some quick experiences that you've had with marketing.
Sure, we'll do. Thanks, Jordan. Okay, so I'm Charlotte. I'm the founder and CEO of Hallway People. I've been in the recruitment industry now for about 25 years, and it's going to be a bit noisy in the background as I'm chatting here, guys, so apologies. And I'm the So yeah, been in the biz for about 25 years, done both internal and external roles. Back on the tools after 5 years of leading teams, and have started this business, Hallway People. We are recruiters of exec and sales roles. We also do some HR consultancy, and I guess our purpose is pretty simple. We're all about helping our clients mold better workplaces and allow us to be really proud of where we place our great candidates. And through that, we look at video marketing, and that's what we're going to touch on today as well, around the marketing purpose within recruitment, and also building that personal brand. And it's really big for Hallway People what we do here. So part of what we do is to illuminate both the candidate and the client brand. And in doing so, ironically, that's what illuminates our brand. So that's part of what we're going to be chatting about today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charlotte, for that quick little intro. And Jason, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, thanks for having me this morning. Look, my background is about 25 years in the workforce, majority of that in some type of people-related role, and the majority of that in the last 20 years in talent acquisition. So it is my bread and butter, and within the cycle of kind of people leadership has been the only thing I really wanted to do within the function. My background is period time in agency, in-house leading local and APAC teams within insurance, some banking experience, technology experience, and in the last 5 years working with some former colleagues of mine from Wesfarmers at a business called Businessery. And we've got there is a nice segue here actually, because there's 3 parts to that business. We do kind of that traditional business advisory, management consultancy. There's a HR and people stream, but we also have a digital marketing and general marketing part of the business as well. So the suite of those pillars work quite neatly in my space, and I focus almost exclusively on TA, whether that be transformation, some on-demand sourcing, or a lot of my time spent with an awesome privilege of kind of discovering and creating and executing employer brands. And I guess I'm probably the true example of what we're going to talk about today, from somebody that is deeply invested and experienced, but still learning in talent acquisition, that has really had to find my way of understanding the language of a marketer and acting like a marketer and influencing others to act like marketers as well. So it was a really interesting topic to be involved in. So looking forward to getting into it. I'm going to put myself in mute though while we're not talking, because I think I'm affecting the
problems at all.
Feedback. So my apologies. All right.
Oh, thanks for the introduction, Jason. Look, and I'd rather introduce my guest with me today a little bit sort of more prominently. But for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jordan Betteridge. I'm here today representing an extremely well sort of oiled CRM solution known as Recruit Wizard. Recruit Wizard is an Australian-owned CRM and ATS system designed to sort of support recruitment agencies and internal talent teams in managing and nurturing their data. And that, for me, when we're talking about nurturing personal brands and brands for businesses in general, nurturing data is super important. If you're not sure of it, having a well-nurtured database is so precious to your business. So one of the things that we're going to be focusing on during this session today, covering that nurturing your genuine personal brand, is something that I've been talking about for probably the last 11 years, which is the 3 Ps of marketing. Those 3 Ps are really, really important, and they can be kind of used in many different ways. It doesn't necessarily need to be sort of a stagnant process when it comes to marketing, but hopefully today, with the shared experiences of Jason and Charlotte and also myself, hopefully I can add some extra value here as well. We can kind of uncover a few different ways that we can get recruiters and talent experts thinking like marketers and ultimately reducing their time to hire and enjoying their time and nurturing their personal brands. So let's start with purpose, shall we, guys? I think purpose is upfront, but it's probably the most important thing. Typically, when we're looking at marketing, one of the biggest questions we ask ourselves is, why am I doing this? Purpose means that, what is the point of sending out this specific message and taking those viewers on that journey? So that's my sort of a belief of the importance of purpose. But Jason, we've covered this off on a few times, over the times that we've spoken and met and stuff. But I'd like for you to sort of share how you would identify a clear purpose to shape a marketing strategy.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I've taken this with two lenses, and when we've briefed this, I've been thinking, about the aspect of personal branding, and then kind of what we do, or what I do, professionally, or what I've done in the past. So I'll maybe kind of take us, start off with the personal branding, and I was really thinking about this, but how does that influence why bother actually having a personal brand in the first place? And I was also thinking about in the context of other professions, is it necessarily, as an accountant, do you actually need to have a personal brand to be able to do your job better? Whereas probably in our space in talent acquisition, it's become more important, and sometimes it's actually maybe got in the way of actually doing the job, the importance of the personal brand. But for my personal brand, I mean, I hope I'd be authentic and that I have something to say and that contribute, and that's really important to me to have what I say and what I hear and what I understand to be valued. But I think it's definitely, if I was reflecting on this, has been shaped and influenced definitely by the circumstances that I've been in, the organizations that I've worked in, the purpose of that organization, and also the businesses that I consult to now. And I would hope that there's a theme there that you kind of tend to get what you see with me in my personal brand, regardless where I am. Although I have come undone working in an organization where I probably knew weeks before I even started that this wasn't the place for me, the purpose wasn't right for me, the people weren't my tribe, I was never going to be theirs, and that personal brand of mine kind of started to adjust. I was trying to adjust it to fit in, and it ultimately led to a failure. So it was a really good, painful lesson in the need to kind of know yourself and know your stuff and stay true to that. But I think, from a purpose perspective, from a business perspective, in business city, there's been an organization where our purpose is very, very clear, and what we do, and we're a people first environment, that we all work there for the same reason, for the same goals, for the same benefits that we have, but we execute it in a different way. And where am I going with that? I think that definitely rubs off, and that's very clear to kind of from client side about who we are and what we're about and what our purpose is, and how we can actually align to their purpose when we're delivering pieces of work for them. So I guess, the summary here for me in that one would probably be that it's about authenticity. I talk about that a lot. It's important. People see through it. People aren't dumb. And my purpose is always to be my authentic and true self, whether that be kind of personally or within a business context as well. And I think you learn from when you don't do that, it eventually doesn't pay off for you. And we'll get to that later.
No, that's awesome. A really, really good way to say about it. I mean, if you can't sort of, produce something genuine, then there's no real point in doing it, right? That's really interesting. Thank you. Charlotte, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, because I've spent a lot of time sharing your videos. And one of the videos you recently shared online was about being in a toxic environment. And that really, I think, resonated with a lot of people. Actually, was very happy to share that across my network to a few different individuals that were going through that sort of situation. I'd really like to sort of understand how you would define purpose when it comes to marketing and your personal brand.
Just unmuting myself. Thanks, George, by the way, and thank you for sharing all of my videos.
Great content.
Thank you. And it is important content, and I think so. It's great that it has resonated, and it's probably a really good segue to discuss purpose, especially when we're talking about authenticity that Jason was just talking about. It's so important. I'm coming to understand and living and learning with Hallway people through sharing that authenticity around what really matters to you and what resonates with your clients and with your candidates and with your community more than anything. And when we show up from a place that is completely us and is something that we're purely passionate and driven about, then it's not hard to, we don't have to fake it, right? It's easy. It's something that we can talk about with passion, with energy, and with rigor as well. And so, yeah, that's a great point. And back to purpose for Hallway, that is something that was a key driver for us when we were starting this brand, was coming back to most of us recruiters and HR people essentially are our brand. Our personal brands are our business brand. People want to work with us as our human beings, you know. As you've said before, Jordan, we're people working with people and placing people. So for us, it's really important that we attach our own brand to our business brand. And so again, how we do that is we make sure that to keep up in this kind of modern professional landscape, that we share as much information as we can via video networking and marketing, which is what we do here at Hallway. And what I've found is actually resonating the most with our communities and bringing communities together with genuine connection. So, you know, how do we do that? We'll talk about that in the next step. But the purpose, the why, is all around building that authenticity through connecting us all in the community and building this spirited Hallway community, talking about real stuff that matters to real people, I guess.
I was muted. Sorry, it's probably because I can chat too long. Thank you for that, guys. I really, I think that there's some really valuable insights there, and it'd be interesting to see anyone in the audience that might be sort of sharing some comments on that. The other part of the 3 Ps is the process, and ideally, if we're not really clear on our purpose, it's going to be difficult to determine the most effective approach to sort of get our message out there and provide that value. Because ultimately, like, a process is what determines how we can go about accomplishing what we want to sort of get out there and reach the objectives that we set initially. And I think the most in my experience, and that's, you know, quite a lot in terms of, you know, working with different brands across recruitment and marketing in general, and also individual recruiters and their brands, is, you know, the most beneficial way is to sort of start thinking, you know, about things with clarity. What's in it for me, or what's in it for them? And there are another couple of acronyms that I sort of pop up every now and again. So WIFM, which is what's in it for me, or WIFT, which is what's in it for them, is sort of how we will, you know, be able to, you know, gain our advocates to help spread the word and ultimately support the purpose that we have. Let's sort of dive a little bit deeper into the second P, which is process. Jason, why don't you sort of shed some light on some of the processes that you followed at Business Area, or in your personal experience, with anything sort of unique and any sort of perhaps any innovative strategies that you can share with us as well?
Sure. Look, I guess, you know, from that P word for me for over the years used to kind of fill me with dread, if I'm honest with you, the process, because I'm probably the least structured person that you could find, particularly getting process onto paper. Give me a whiteboard and a pen and I will process the shit out of something, but trying to get that into a PowerPoint fills me with dread and fear. And it's about surrounding yourself with the right people. But what I've really learned, though, and again, you know, it's often through kind of great outcomes, but also kind of also suffering from the lack of consistency of your processes, is that it's critical, and it builds confidence in yourself to be better professionally. It builds confidence in others around you that you know what you're doing, and there's also kind of a payoff for that we can talk to. But so I suppose it's, you know, about understanding kind of what does process mean, and maybe I'll just relate it back to probably the HR cycle. You know, but some of the great learnings for me, and it's probably going back a wee bit to purpose, was when I went to join a Wesfarmers company, and I will never forget it. We still use that now, but how everything relates back to kind of the overall purpose and the goal and the corporate plan of the organization. And if you're doing something that doesn't add value to that, or give you a return on investment, return on capital, then, you know, it's probably pointless. So for me, it's about setting that purpose, and I think the core process that lives with me currently and have for the last kind of 4 or 5 years is the work that we do in EVP and employer brand. We were generally starting at the very beginning of the journey of building an EVP, the employer brand, the recruitment marketing strategies for our clients. We have really 4 really clear, firm processes. It's up on my wall behind me here as well. And the process of creation of that is the discovery, the development, the design, and the delivery. So there's 4 Ds for us, and that's in my mind. And I have to continually remind myself what we're doing. And whilst we're very quite rigid in that we follow that process, certainly the way that what we actually do within those buckets of delivery of that process can vary in terms of your client. But the discovery piece for us, lifting the lid, understanding what an organization is about, knowing what's great, knowing what's challenging, know what people value the most, allows you therefore to have your proof points and your connection and your ability to influence what the design of that employer brand should look like, and develop the guidelines. And how do we know? Because we've asked during the discovery that we've done that. Then your design, you're much more confident around those assets and the recruitment marketing campaigns that you need the assets for. What does your career site look like? All those great things that you need to be able to do your job in talent acquisition now. And then the delivery, the planning, the execution, the change management, what's happening this year, what's happening next year, what's the plan for that. And also building confidence with the client that you have a process, you have it in hand. Because quite often we're working with people that, it's TA folks that really are just dipping their toe into this world of recruitment marketing. And there's a lot of influencers around them trying to kind of influence in the way that this goes. So that's probably the clearest one for me, and it pays dividends for us to give confidence in our client that we know what we're doing, that we have it in hand. We can coach and personalize the kind of output depending on the client as well. We can help our TA folks influence to their marketers, influence to their leaders, that they have this in hand as well. They're starting to talk their language, they're starting to be able to influence the outputs. From a personal brand perspective, I wish there was a more process. There's no agenda for me around that. But when we started this conversation a few weeks ago, it probably has actually started to inspire me to go, how can I be more ordered in what I do? And what we do is from a Business City perspective about our brand, and what's our marketing plan here? What's our discovery process? How are we going to develop, our brand, and what do we stand for? Who are we? What's the design of that? What's our content? What's our plan? And what's the delivery process for the year? So I've actually been a bit inspired by these conversations that we've had before we actually went live here. So maybe we can talk about that another time on this platform. But to summarize, we definitely have a process. It's one that's working very well for me. It's certainly influenced the way that I've worked. It's allowed me to be way more structured and deliver outputs for clients and for our business in a manner that's way more timely and ordered and confident.
Awesome. Very, very concise. And I think you're right. We can definitely do a whole session on that, Jason. I'm up for it if you are, mate. Cool. All right. Well, we've got 8 minutes, so I'm going to try and speed through this, and hopefully we can give our audience as much value as possible. But Charlotte, I think process orientation is really, really important. And I know that you as a business that's in its very, very much in its early stages, I'd love to sort of hear how Hallway People sort of ensures alignment and sort of nurtures process orientation.
Sure. Okay. I'll keep it nice and quick. So process, I guess it's specifically in relation to recruitment marketing. At Hallway People, for us, when we relate that back to our personal brand, we are very much about, meeting the digital age requirements and building a process around video that has built this particular brand. Yes, process is very much around operations, and we'll get to that. Certainly I'll talk to that in payoffs. But from a process perspective around video content and marketing and connecting with our audience out there, there's a couple of well, there's a lot of touch points that we use, and I just wanted to touch on 3 very quickly. The first is video job ads. Every job that we do, we create a video for. This has been a huge payoff activity for us, and I talk to that a little bit later, but it's really, really simple to do. Basically, instead of just a written description, imagine offering a peek into a business's culture or into a particular human being at that workplace. It's super powerful. It creates something that's a lot more intimate and a lot more personal for prospective candidates out there that are looking. And also makes things a lot more compelling. And as we know, video is 800 times more likely to be clicked on. So, you know, you're 800 times more likely to get your candidates coming to you with the use of video. Giving away some secrets here. Anyway, video messaging as well, that's another big one. So throughout the process, rather than just shooting off emails constantly and filling up people's inboxes, we work a lot in video messaging. You know, doing something like this, doing a shout out saying, hey, thanks so much for your application. Fantastic to hear from you. These are our next steps. People love that, and it's so much easier for someone like myself who's not that fab with all of the typing and the writing. Clearly would love to talk a little bit more. That is a wonderful part of our process. And then lastly, just another touch point that we use is candidate profiles in video format. So we create, you know, instead of just sending over CV and all of the test results and all of the information that you want to deliver to your client, we will also deliver candidate introduction videos, not from me, but from the candidate themselves. And we talk a little bit further on how and why that works. But that, I guess, is process, George. I know we're short on time.
No, that's okay. Well, we can speak. We can flow through it as well. I mean, payoff is the last P, guys. I can hear myself. Payoff is the last P, which is exactly what it's all about. It's kind of the whole reason for all of this, you know, sort of meticulous mayhem that we're sort of putting ourselves through to nurture a genuine personal brand. Charlotte, why don't you just sort of give us a little bit of your understanding of payoff whilst you're still there, and then Jason, we can wrap up on that with you.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so a couple of things with payoff. I actually put together a few sort of stats for everybody on this. So basically, just for the 3 steps that I just spoke about, and it's only 3 touch points with video marketing. One example that we've had is that we achieved rapid executive role placement. So an executive role, there was a role that was placed a couple of months ago with an 8-day turnaround. This was high 180K payoff role, and 8 days, unheard of, guys, if you work in the exec space. And this is a direct result of a candidate introduction video to a client that went for 2 minutes. The client was quoted as saying, I watched this 2-minute video, I turned to my colleague and said, I think we just found our new CFO. And that is how powerful video marketing can be for personal brand. Significantly, we've had a 214% uptick in monthly client outreach. And basically that's following community video posts that we did, something similar to like what Jordan was talking about on toxic work environments. Communities reach out to us because of that. And then we've had a big uptake in candidate applications. So from a payoff perspective, we're getting a lot of candidates perhaps finding us that maybe wouldn't have, that, you know, those unicorns in that unicorn space that are actually seeing us online and responding and saying, I'm getting in touch because I just loved your video that went along with it. So it is really helping us how we shape, how we connect, and how we grow this brand. Super, super important. And I think if we quickly also talk to tech to wrap it all up, I think from a process and payoff perspective, things like Canva, AI, all these tech tools are going to be brilliant for you and helping you. If you've got a smartphone, you can create video, and really good video. If anyone wants to reach out to me, I'm happy to share some tips on how you do that. And lastly, putting all this together operationally, a bit of a shout out here to Recruit Wizard. Hallway People works with Recruit Wizard. They're our much loved ATS and CRM, and we tie all of this communication together using that particular ATS. It's Australian based. It is, which I love because I can chat to people in real time and not have to wait. And it has really worked really well for our business. It's very simple as well for someone like me who's a little bit challenged in that space. So those were my payoffs. Thanks, Chelsea.
We're out of time, so I know better than to get Eden off track because I'm sitting next door. But the payoff for me, this is personal branding doing this today for me. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's a wonderful opportunity for a couple of dozen speakers that are going to be speaking on this for the first time today. So thanks for the opportunity of that. I think we could talk at length around this, but I'm just going to, what a great send off and what a great summary, Charlotte. So thanks for being I'm in great company. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel. Thank you so much, Jordan, Jason, and Charlotte. That was so interesting. I think there's so many key takeaways for us. And audience out there, please reach out to Jordan, Jason, or Charlotte via LinkedIn. Always happy to continue the conversation. If you want to hear more from Charlotte as well, Charlotte actually did a full episode with us on the Rubber Band Live podcast series. If you jump onto Apple Podcasts or Spotify, it is Series 1, Episode 19. Thank you so much again, panel. And remember, if you're interested in learning more about Recruit Wizard, you can find their details on our partner page on the Rubber Band website. Thank you so much. Okie dokie. Why we say goodbye to panel 1. So this is the hard part, right? I'm driving the technology as well as introducing people. So I watched the playback from day one. I look like Cookie Monster. My eyes are all over the place. But I'm really excited about today, and I'm really excited about the next session. So what we have coming up now is how to optimize the stickiness of your talent placements through the power of human skills. And I am delighted to be joined by my friend and sometimes boss even, Renata from Maxmi, and another friend and sometimes colleague, Kat from Maxmi. And I also have my new friend and return speaker, Sean Cameron from Custom Pleat, joining. So welcome, Maxmi crew. And I will jump off the stage and let you kick it off. I'm so excited about this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eden. Thank you so much. It's so, what a beautiful way to be welcomed with so much spirit and energy first thing on a Friday. And Sean, I think that you can never get too much Sean, right? Isn't that's the sentiment, I think?
Big time. I'm working with the best, obviously.
Fantastic. Well, look, I think today we want to spend some time unpicking this really emerging, almost feels like every second conversation is around this topic of human skill development. And the sort of workforces that are emerging into the digital age and the working environments that those workforces need to come along and thrive in. And of course, human skills centers right in the, kind of right at the center of all of that. But the topic for us today is to really talk about, the kind of point at which human skills meets talent, retention, placing people in the right roles, and then, of course, the stickiness around retaining people. And I know today, when Sean and Kat and I were talking about preparing for this conversation, we really wanted to also deep dive on this concept of retention in particular. There's been a lot that's spoken about the war for talent. Well, I think all of us, the three of us, we're all, business leaders. We've got a lot of experience in the market. We all talked about, yes, the war for talent is important, but actually having the right person in the right role, retaining them well, rather than regrettably, I guess, is the term that we also bounced around. We want to uncover or talk a bit more about this concept with those listening in today and really have a good conversation. But before I go much further, I really want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the virtual lands that we, of course, are meeting on as part of this program and pass on my respect to their elders, past and present. Also wanted to, of course, extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people that are actually joining us on this call, and thank you very much. So just really quickly, a quick rapport building introduction. I think that's always important when you kick off. Who are these people? for those that have not LinkedIn stalked us. So my name's Renata. I started MaxMe, absolutely a niche human skill development company in 2019. After 30 years in corporate roles. I've worked at Accenture, I've worked at British Airways, NAB, Telstra, Latitude Financial Services. I've had the privilege of leading many in situ, and I take that privilege very seriously. And in particular, I always really proudly refer to myself as a servant leader. But I do want to pass on to my colleagues just for a quick intro for those that don't know them. Sean, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, great. Sean Cameron. My current role is Director, Talent and Culture at Custom Fleet. So I wear a number of hats in that role, everything from learning, culture, leadership, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and talent acquisition is the last piece here. So I'm a HR, people and communications lifer. So 17-ish years in this space, which is a bit scary to say.
A lifer after 17 years. That's gorgeous. Well done, Kat. I've never heard of anyone with so many focus areas. Only you could pull that off, Sean.
That's life
Well
here.
done. Well done. That's true. And Kat?
Thanks, Ren, and good morning, all. Yeah, I suppose like you, Ren, I've got a bit of a story of breadth, a bit of eclectic background. And our paths crossed, Ren and I, while we were both working at NAB. So I've been colleagues for many years as well. My story, though, the breadth didn't start with human skills. I suppose I came to that realization after working in, more technical areas, more sort of head areas like strategy, product management, and the like, and came to the realization that the secret sauce really is the human skills that we have to be able to execute on things if you just want to take that lens. So super excited to be here. What a great conversation for a Friday.
Yay. All right. Well, I think, look, we've said human skills about 100 times within about, 3-4 minutes. So let's do a quick definition. And I guess for those listening in, again, as I said, it feels like every second conversation is about this, but really we don't always, always kind of get the breadth of what we're talking about. So human skills really are things that center around emotional intelligence. Is how do we as individuals, and then when we come together collectively, how do we exercise a higher degree of emotional intelligence? And of course, within that family of skills are things like self-awareness, knowledge of strengths and derailers, things like empathy, things like creative problem solving, things like building trust and rapport, things like listening, things like effective and really powerful communication so that we can influence and actually share ideas when we come together and collaborate. The World Economic Forum has pointed out, and really emphatically this year more than any year beforehand, that the skills that citizens are going to need to be really effective and impactful in this complex digital world that we are absolutely in and will continue to really quickly move forward into. We've seen what's happened with AI in just the last 6 months. It's incredible to watch, really, as a technologist myself. So really, we know that these are the skills. And as I said, World Economic Forum has pointed out that, it's kind of 7 out of 10 of the skills that are going to be required are these human skills, or the emotional intelligence skill family skills. I am avoiding, you'll probably tell, the words soft skills. Like I really skirt around it. I do a dance every time to try and avoid the fact, because they have a very bad reputation, of course, amongst hard skill, work environments. They've always been seen as the fluffy stuff, or, the stuff that the softer people exercise. But actually we know, and as we emerge forward, we know they're the harder skills to attain and the absolutely must-have skills for impact. So with 2/3 of roles being, required to be soft skill or human skill intensive by 2030, according to Deloitte Access Economics, according to McKinsey, 70% of the skills that are going to be required, they really support the World Economic Forum thinking. It's unavoidable, right? Everybody's talking about them, but we continue to face into, they're not taught at school, they're not taught through tertiary education, and even at work. Really only 10% of people get this development. You might be a leader, you might be on a talent program. That's the norm. But the clients that we are working with, and certainly the conversations that we've been having, this needs to start to shift. We need to start to shift this sort of development into the 90% that are sort of being left to kind of work it out on their own. Why? That's the core question, because their stickiness, 35% of them are leaving saying, we're not getting developed. We don't see progression. We don't, we feel like we're getting whipped a lot. and not much is coming back in return. Right or wrong, we might like it, we might not, but we've got this amazing panel to debate. So, Kat, I might start with you. I'm constantly perplexed. You know, when we talk to clients, they nod and they understand and they know they need this, but then yet there's this inertia, there's this real, for whatever reason, it takes ages for them to really come to their, decision on to do something. Why do you think that is? Why are we still really struggling to get this sort of development as the norm?
Well, there's probably a couple of complex drivers behind that, right? Not the least of which is that it can be intimidating for the leaders themselves, because ultimately this is not just something that you want others to do. The whole organization needs to develop in skills development. But gosh, there is something in the fact that, that old saying, Ren, what gets measured gets done. And wanting to kind of, insist on, well, what are the metrics? How are we going to know? Taking short time frames to say, almost want an instant result, when it's actually this sort of development needs to be integrated into the long haul, into the pipeline. So, gosh, if I was to pick just one, I think that it's that sort of linear view of wanting to insist on an instant correlated metric. It's an enabler. Human skills are the big enabler. They're your secret sauce in the organization to complexity.
And it's almost like you have to back it and say, even if I don't get these immediate kind of KPI type tick in the box, this is the long game. And I believe in that. Sean, I'm really keen on your point of view on this. I'm always in awe of your perspective on the power of human potential. Really keen to hear from you. What's going on? What are you seeing, being someone in this really broad role, working with humans every day?
Yeah, Ren, I really love your points around, it's not necessarily for me that the upskilling programs that we choose to invest in aren't working. It's just that they're so focused often on leadership, and I'm 100% guilty of this, right? Like, we don't have budgets that go forever, but we seem to focus on leadership. So leadership gets that kind of cream of all of the development budget, and that's because we've been told for so many years, 70% of your impact as a leader will flow through to the engagement of your team. Now, that's a well-researched fact, but it just means that we're leaving people behind. And I'm talking to executives all the time about what are the skills that we need to grow the organization into the future. And that trend around flatter structures, especially in an organization for us where we're 350 people, at that kind of top level of leadership, you have a really broad accountability, you have a really broad span of control, and then the projects and teams that you're leading actually require some of those softer skills, but they're actually hard skills, right? Like, deep stakeholder management is really, really tough when you've got to work so much across the organization. Collaboration, problem solving, agility, resilience, all of that comes in, but there's a disconnect between the skills that we know we need versus where we actually invest when it gets to the dollars in the budget, which for a lot of us, if we run TNAs, it pulls out all that rats and mice stuff. Like, we need Excel training for this person, or we need XYZ training for this person. And it's actually so specific to their technical role that then we forget about what the human skill is, because that's really hard to quantify.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, obviously there's been a lot of research around, particularly because of the, big conversation on talent retention, the cost of actually losing someone being in the vicinity of about $100,000 per person. And it's such an interesting paradox, isn't it? Because, we have to find the budget to retain our people, to develop them. And again, I really want to explore this concept of regrettable retention and the link between engagement and productivity, that very complex system thinking thing that, anyway, it's a big ball of wool. But we know this, right? So logically and intellectually, we know that when we lose someone, we lose their IP, we have to recruit, we've got to bring someone back in. We go and do the talent management thing to go and find the right person in the right role, where the whole time, what could we have done to actually keep them in the role, engaged, productive, adding value? Really keen to just explore this. And I'll start wherever we start. I'm keen to hear from either of you on your point of view on this.
I'll start just with a thought bubble that occurred to me, and that is, if you treat this as a compliance exercise, then you're not going to get the right sort of buy-in and the right sort of cultural integration to this. So you have to really think through, how you want this to work with this human skills development, and that leads to the retention, right? If people, it feels like it's not being done unto them, but it's something that they understand the why it's important and how they're going to benefit from it, not just in their work environment, but in all aspects of their life, then I think there's something in that.
Yeah. Sean?
Yeah, I think especially when we're dealing with decision makers, telling the story is really important. And getting that investment can sometimes be really tricky, but for me, that's the strategic story we need to tell. So, I position myself and my team at that strategic level where we're going, where do we want to be as a business? And then what are the human skills that we need to enable that? Now, I'm not having explicit conversations about human skills versus technical skills. I'm just asking leaders, what do we need for the future? What do you see that you don't have now that we actually need to buy, build, or grow within the organization? And surprise, surprise, probably 99% of the conversation focuses on those human skills, with the exception of maybe IT, where there's certifications and accreditations, but I think that's where then you can get to the stickiness. And I think for us, the data is really helpful as well. So another one of our strategic imperatives at Custom Fleet is to be a leader in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And this is where we worked with MaxMe. So we know we don't have enough women in leadership roles. Fleet itself is traditionally fairly male dominated. So we don't have that equity in leadership roles. So I was unashamedly proud to over-index in actually creating an emerging leadership program for women, which Ren and her team beautifully helped us design, which has just wrapped up 9 weeks. And so later this afternoon, we're going to have our first presentation of what the data coming out of that is going to look like, which is then going to set the story and the scene for what the investment looks like in this group or another group of women for future years.
Yeah, no, and I think, we've talked quite often, all three of us really in different circumstances around what do you hire for? Do you hire for will? Do you hire for skill? And what's the proportion, right? And I'm very much on the record as saying skill, particularly technical skill, can be taught. I have always throughout my 30 years leading hundreds of people looked for will. Right, that's something, that willingness to learn, that willingness to kind of just bring the best version of myself and just be hungry to do the best that I can and be my highest potential. You can definitely pick that up from people, but it's a very different way. It's a different pathway that takes you there. So really keen to hear from you, because again, I think there is this link to regrettable retention and disengagement. Yes. That's sort of where the will is almost bashed out of us because we've just realized so quickly that, things are not as we expected, and then what do we do? Just keen again, Sean, maybe we'll start with you around this concept of the role of will, the role of these skills that are hard to teach, and also this kind of the engagement that then leads to or not leads to productivity.
It was interesting as you were talking, it reminded me of that great quote that Kim Scott says in her Radical Candor book, that at some point when we're really young, we're told to be professional. And for some reason, we all read that as we kind of remove the human parts of ourselves. And this is what we're all trying to rebuild in our organizations, right? Like bringing our whole self to work. So I think if I think through the program we've created with you, Ren, that's been really, really sticky because we've created a real community of people working together, and that's been delivered multimodal, right? Like we've had the amazing Hody app, we've had virtual sessions, you've run some gamification across some of the exercises, and that group is so deeply engaged and so entrenched as a cohort in being one that they kind of don't want to give up now. And if we think about that things through stickiness and talent retention, we've seen even at Custom Fleet over the past year with our focus on more of this type of work. The numbers are small. We had 9 regrettable losses at this point last year. We've only had 2 this year, but that's an amazing increase. So we're starting to do something right, which there is some data and some trends coming out now. So they're great wins we can start to share.
And there's nothing more sticky than those sorts of figures, right? I mean, these you live and breathe those KPIs as HR professionals because, of course, as I said, $100,000 to replace someone, it's not even just the money, it's the IP, it's the impact on the team around them. So pervasive. Kat, your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, you phrased that so well, Sean. The one thing I would challenge everybody to think about is what is regrettable about the retention when we use that terminology, and it comes back to the human skills. There's usually a gap there. It's not about the technical skills. So, ideally what you want to do is turn that around, and the only way to do that is to lean into what the gap actually is.
Yeah, because I know that there's a big, and you guys will know more than me, there's a very big push on internal talent development. Do we really need to keep seeking talent from outside, bringing new people in? And yes, it's great, fresh blood, etc. But actually, what development can we offer our own people, and that whole placement and talent retention from within? I know that it's on the minds of a lot of the people that I speak to. So I think, if we do think about this concept of talent and what they want, right? We're all humans in this dance together, right? That's what we forget again sometimes is, those people out there and what do they want? And this whole planning for the workforce that we need, particularly in the digital age, we know that the simple stuff is going to get automated, right? So we do know, of course, there's going to be impact on jobs. But what we also know, in the research is showing very strongly, that these transferable skills, again, these human skills that are very hard to replicate. Emotion is hard to replicate, even by robotics, even the smartest technology. Maybe we'll get there one day, who knows? But really keen for your point of view on this human-to-human workforce strategy. What are you starting to think about? What are you starting to see in the clients that you work with, or Sean, indeed, in the organization like Custom Fleet? What are you thinking about around what do we need? What's the sort of workforce needs?
Yeah, this is really huge and a big, big topic for us at the moment. So we've just this year launched what we call our driving force and destination. And for all intents and purposes, this is our vision for the future, and then our 2030 goal that we want to hit. So we know through working with a great external partner, New21, that the areas that we really need to focus on to build broad or capability is around innovation. Now, innovation requires a lot of different human skills to enable that. The second for us is definitely around AI and the impact that that's going to have on our business. So those, and then customer centricity is the third. So these are really big bucket capabilities that we're doing the planning for over a 3-year roadmap, but then looking out to 2030 across different strategic planning horizons to say, how are we going to get there in the future? So we're in the mix of that at the moment. And obviously we'd love to hear from anyone that's been on those journeys as well around what successes they've had. But, innovation, that's going to require deep collaboration, us being together more in person, probably a lot of resilience around fail fast, but also building a culture of innovation which supports that, particularly around a culture of learning. So there's so many facets as we think of cultural transformation over the next 3 years that is scary, but feels possible and exciting for what we've shared with our business so far.
It's awesome. And Kat, before I get to, I just want to talk about something that you and I have talked about quite a lot and worked on actually in the work, is this concept of change management. So, we do, and as a technologist, I've led many programs of work, all of which have been putting in big tech and process change. But for some reason, the human aspect is always kind of left over to the side, and you've got to beg and plead for the percentage to do the change work or the ways of working change that actually gets the most out of the process and the tech. Somehow that's seen as an add-on. And I'm sort of seeing the same sort of thing around this human skill conversation. Like, of course, they're all interrelated. And if we could just get our sequencing right, get our steps in coordination, it would all work so beautifully. But yet again, we're still grappling with, and Sean just pointed it out, right? Innovation is king. Change, ways of working, we're all going to have to do it. Human skills are right at the center, yet for some reason they're still being treated as separate things, and the leaders are going to save us, right? The cavalry is coming. We all know it's not coming. So again, your concept around the 90% that actually bring this stuff to life every day, the change that we deploy, the money that we spend on big change, why are they constantly sort of being thought of as, okay, we'll get to you later?
Yeah. Oh, there's so much in what you just said. And you and I could talk about this for hours, because we know that the benefits that are attributed to most big programs are actually baked into the human skills. Even if they're masquerading as technology, it's actually how they get used, right? It's not the technology itself. Yeah. I think just for me, fundamentally, the overarching frame is, and you touched on this earlier, the complexity that we're all facing, regardless of what industry you're in, has just gone up exponentially. And if our level of leadership of human skills doesn't match that complexity, we're not going to be able to cope. So it needs to kind of be equal up there, and it needs to keep raising. But part of what you were talking about too is how these big programs have been run. If you're going to run something just out of technology as opposed to from a leadership perspective, then you're going to have that view that it's just about this technical thing that's going in versus a more holistic view of the change. And my personal view is that change needs to be elevated at the executive table in some meaningful way to have this discussion. I'm not saying literally you need a director of change, but in some meaningful way, and accountability there, and understand the integration. It's the integration. It's not the prioritization of one over the other. It's the integration of those skills into the outcome that is the real kicker.
Which is really what Sean's talking about. And as an organization, and again, Sean, just want to reiterate how much in awe I am of really what Custom Fleet is doing for a small organization. I know you're global, but you're really thinking about the complex stuff that a lot of other organizations really could come and learn from you, actually, rather than the other way around, like you humbly pointed out. We'd love to learn from others. At the end of the day, to get you seem like you're getting your stuff in order around the kind of the higher order purpose of all of this. How do the humans kind of fit in, and how are they going to take us forward? Not the tech, the people. I think I've got that right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think every organization kind of has the different modes that they're operating in. We know 100% that the first year of our next strategy is about fixing some of the stuff that's not quite right, that's going to actually set the foundation for us to pivot to the areas of growth that we need to pivot towards. So we're tackling the tough stuff at the same time as getting excited for the future, which is kind of hard because the 90%, they feel the stresses and the pains of a system that doesn't work, technology that's not quite right, but we're making these promises and we've got to live up to that, but also develop them towards the future, which is probably some of the struggle we have, right? Like, there in the day-to-day, we're thinking a little bit more ahead. So getting people who are really skilled at thinking across horizons is really interesting as well. So just fascinating human challenges to work through when we're thinking about the future.
Which, by the way,
Sean, I love the way that you phrase the questions with your executives, just giving them permission to open up. It's so beautiful. Such a powerful thing.
And this is, whilst it feels new because it's new tech, it's actually not new. We've been grappling with these, kind of challenges for a very long time. So it's great to see, Sean, you really role model around doing that. I think as we sort of look to closing this off, we've got a few more minutes left. I'm really keen for maybe a call to action from either of you, or both of you actually, around the role that talent acquisition or recruitment specialists, what role do they play in trying to influence around the importance of the development of these skills? If you can't actually buy them in, how do we really push to drive the development of these skills? Because of course we know the earlier you can get to a person when they're a contributing individual before they get to leadership, the more powerful leader they'll become. We know that's all kind of motherhood stuff. But what is the role? What is your call to action? What is your suggestion for recruitment specialists, for talent acquisition managers, etc., to advocate for these things, to really get ahead of the game? What could they do?
Yeah, I think for me, like my team, I'm making sure that they're out there getting involved in stuff that's in the business, but involved in projects that are led by the broader people team. So I'm not saying to anyone in our team that you're just a recruiter and that's all you do. So I think about Mike, who leads our talent acquisition. He's on our Women in Fleet stream. He was one of the champions for the program we worked with Ren on. So we're getting deep into diversity type stuff, and then sharing all of the data. So sometimes even within larger HR teams, we can really segment all of the information that we have and don't share that effectively enough. So I think a call to action is putting your hand up for the information that your peers might have, but also as broader HR teams, just making sure we're sharing a lot of the stuff that goes on around talent data, maybe some of the challenges that we're facing, but then collectively getting together to research and share stuff. There's awesome research out there at the moment on human skills, which was maybe tougher 5-10 years ago to quantify, but the Deloitte stuff, Microsoft stuff, there's a nice Google, what's the 296 page from the World Economic Forum on the future of skills. So There is amazing stuff out there, and data's king at the moment, and that's really helpful as a call to action to know your stuff.
Thanks, Sean. And Kat?
Yeah, great points. Just one thing occurs to me in addition to that, Sean and Ren, and that is, there's something in the way that we talk about these things, market them, shape them, and by elevating the importance and talking about those human skills and making both candidates, employees, and hiring executives understand the importance. There's something in that. It's not just a little add-on, also desirable. It's actually fundamental.
Yeah, and look, thanks, you guys. I always have thought, in the moments that I daydream around, what would it look like for an organization to have 100% of people working to the top of their potential, feeling confident about who they are as people, being really high impact and thriving in the workforce? What kind of organization would that be? And what kind of results would they have, right? So it's incredible opportunity. We've gone really broad. We've touched on a lot of things today. You guys have been awesome. For everyone following along today, please feel free to head over to our website. We've got a wealth of free resources, high-value human skill content and resources. So, you can also sign up to receive our newsletter. We always have nuggets of, beautiful things in there. You'll receive those monthly, and also our insights library. So it's been such a pleasure. Eden, thank you for asking us along and letting us, have this amazing and such an important conversation that often doesn't get discussed to this depth.
Absolutely. And I think all three of you mentioned that we could talk about this for hours, and I wish we could, because it is such an important conversation for us to have. So audience, as Renata said, please do jump onto the Maxme website. You can find all the details on the Rubber Band website. If you can't find Maxme, you'll see it there. Reach out to Renata, Sean, and Kat. You can probably tell they are always up for a chat and they like to talk, just like me. So do reach out. Renata and I did go into this in more detail as well on the Rubber Band podcast. So jump on to Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Season 1, episode 48. We have a really great discussion around human skills and AI as well. It's a really great episode to listen to. Thank you so much, Team Maxme. You have an amazing day ahead, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the content today. So great to see you
guys. See ya. Bye.
Bye. Okie dokie. So we wouldn't have a recruitment and talent acquisition event if we weren't going to talk about candidate experience and diversity. As you all know, it is definitely a passion topic of mine. So I'm absolutely thrilled with our next session, which is Thriving with Multi-Generational Talent, How to Boost Candidate Experience and Empower a Diverse Workforce. And I am joined by Rebecca Skilbeck, who is joining us from PageUp today. We also hello. We also have David Meir, who is joining us from Life Without Barriers.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, David. And we also have Belinda Leon joining us from Bendigo and Adelaide Bank, but also a Ballarat local just like me. So I'm so excited about this discussion. So I will jump off. I will just let you know when you're not talking, if you could mute. We have been getting a little bit of echo throughout the day, but it seems to be resolving itself quite well. But I'll hand it over to you, Team PageUp.
Thank you, Eden. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Rebecca Skilbeck. I'm Head of Customer Insights and Market Research at PageUp. So I look at how do our customers use our system, what do they think of it? And my passion area is what is the future of talent acquisition and talent management and the intersection with technology? And so how do we support an outstanding candidate and employee experience at every stage of the journey? So as Eden highlighted, our discussion today is Thriving with Multi-Generational Talent. In today's talent market, or our job market today, Gen Z are entering the workforce, which is requiring us to adjust to their expectations. Now, many of us here online will remember when the millennials joined the workforce en masse and there was a recalibration. I'm Gen Z. So no, I'm lying. I'm Gen X. Just seeing if you're paying attention there. I'm Gen X. And when I joined, I imagine that the boomers also went through that adjustment. So it's not unique to have a potential talent pool that is spanning multiple generations, but each generation brings with it distinct values, priorities, and skills. So embracing the diversity of a multi-generational workforce is key to organisational success. And for HR leaders seeking to attract, engage, and retain top talent, it requires an understanding of what's important to each cohort. So today we'll discuss some of the distinct qualities and aspirations of each generation and how this could impact the hiring process, the key priorities that unite employees across generations and how talent teams can harness these in their recruitment, and then how hiring teams can be empowered with actionable strategies to prioritise the candidate experience to attract, engage, and then retain the talent. But before we dive in, I'd like to introduce my panel members. So with me today, I have Belinda, who is a seasoned employee branding specialist, but her path into the field was even more unconventional than most. So it turns out that systematic thinking from her IT degree, comms writing, editing, and project management from her publishing career, and an interest in using data to tell clear and compelling stories from her time in market research were exactly the skills she needed to master employment branding. So her current role is employer branding specialist at Bendigo Bank, where she works on all things EVP and employer branding, as well as DEI, system optimization, data and reporting. So welcome, Belle. I also have with me David. David has worked with the in-house talent and attraction space for more years than he'd like to admit, working locally and internationally with multi-generational companies across varied industries. In 2014, David made the decision to seek out opportunities within the expanding for purpose sector and currently holds the position of National Manager, Talent and Attraction at Life Without Barriers, an organisation with 8,200 employees and 2,500 foster carers. Having centralised the national function, David has introduced significant system and efficiency changes that have enhanced the recruitment capability, allowing for recruitment of over 3,000 positions in the last year. So with a passion for inclusion, David is proud to work for an organisation that walks the walk and sets significant targets to engage and embrace a workforce that is reflective of the society in which we live. So we have some panelists here who are very well versed and very well qualified to talk to our topic today. So the candidate experience is incredibly important. We are in a tight talent market and top talent has choices. We are seeing talent expanding across more generations as people are staying in the workforce longer. There are generational values that differ, and when new generations enter the workforce, the workplace goes through a shift. So what are some of those high-level similarities between each generation and differences? So Gen Z, we consider them digital natives. They're looking for purpose-filled work, flexibility, and work-life integration. Toxic culture is cited as a key reason for leaving jobs, and they are potentially less loyal to employers and looking to move up or move out. Our millennials are looking for outcomes, not hours. Flexibility and work needs to have meaning. So they're described as open and adaptive to change, looking for experiences, developmental opportunities, feedback, and recognition. Gen X, sometimes described as the latchkey generation, independent, practical, and self-reliant, looking for flexibility in schedule, and because of the age that they now are often focused on family, work, life balance and integration, and often more interested in monetary rewards. And then rounding out with our boomers who have grown up with and through their working career with a face-to-face culture and are focused on relationship building, job security, flexibility, and loyalty to the company. Now, there is research that shows each generation displays distinct qualities and aspirations in the workplace. For example, Gen Z tend to be highly socially conscious and strongly prioritize DEI. So my first question is to you, Belle. How have you adapted your strategy to address these preferences and capture some of these values?
Yeah, it's been really interesting at the moment for us. We're redoing our EVP, and so we've been doing a lot of focus groups and one-on-one interviews with our existing employees to find out what they value most about working for us. And a lot of the themes and things that are coming through are really in line with what we know that those younger cohorts especially are looking for. So we're a company with such a strong vision and purpose, which is to feed into the prosperity of our customers and communities and not off it. And we're also one of the most trusted brands in Australia, and certainly the most trusted bank. And those are things that our company doesn't take lightly or for granted. It's really in line with our values and who we are as an employer, and that's really in line with those values that people are looking for, especially those younger cohorts. And it's also come through, a lot of the feedback coming through in those focus groups has been around some of our new offerings of leave. We've got a new EBA that launched a couple of months ago, and in there we're including things like gender transition leave, cultural leave, and these are the things that people are saying that recognition that people are in different life stages and have different needs and lives and stuff that they're going through, and recognizing that really allows them to sort of realize that inclusivity isn't just an afterthought, it's part of our DNA, and we're really enabling people to bring their whole selves to work. We don't have a huge focus on early careers specifically. We have a really small grad program that's really limited to our rural banking area, but we do have a really wide footprint across the country, and a lot of those branch roles, we're really trying to encourage younger people, especially in regional areas, to come and think about banking as a career, as a great pathway into other things. And not all of those roles have degree requirements even. So it's a great opportunity for us to really be out there selling those messages to that cohort across the country.
So with Gen X, we're finding there's a real drive for work-life integration, as perhaps more of this cohort are reaching that stage in their life where kids and family commitments need to share priority with career, and it may also be commitment to parents as well. So between the boomers and Gen Z, we've seen between the boomers, and Gen X all the way through to Gen Z, we've seen an increase in women in the workforce. How are you seeing that play out in your workplace? And have you noticed any shifts that you've needed to adjust with regards to your sourcing strategy?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that COVID and the remote working thing has been a game changer in this space, and not just, like you say, for women, but especially I think it's underemphasized, but people with disability too, being able to access opportunities that they didn't have access to before for physical limitation reasons. So now, as we're trying to transition to back in the office a bit more, we're really focused on people not losing the parts of that flexibility that really worked for them, and being a bit flexible about how that works. But we're being purposeful about how we're coming together as a team as well, because we're such a community and relationship focused bank that being together is critical to how we work. We're also working really hard on looking at women in leadership and pay gap, and how we can make sure that we're really supporting women to develop into those roles. Unusually in the ASX 200, we've got a woman as our managing director and CEO, and up until very recently we also had a woman as our chairman as well, chairperson. And so being really conscious about that, and how flexible you need to be to support people. I think it works across every generation and every person in any life stage. I think recognizing that people's lives have changed and have more demands on them than ever before, and being a bit working with people as opposed to saying this is the expectation, you have to fit in this narrow idea of what that looks like at all. So we're doing things like, we've got some really great women in leadership programs, and women in banking resource group that have been doing some great things throughout the bank. But yeah, I think that main shift that we're seeing is just in that importance of flexibility, and how that remote work and hybrid work has been helping people get that balance in their days.
So we know that there are differences in generational values, but there are a few core things that research shows us that is important to candidates across all ages. So some research we did recently, and we looked at, well, what are candidates looking for in terms of what's on the career site, what's in the job ads, what is communicated to them throughout the recruitment experience when they're trying to decide what organisation that they will work for, are things like organisational mission and values, an organisation's stance on DEI, DEI, social environment, well-being, purpose-based work, flexible work arrangements and work-life integration, rewards and benefits, and then obviously things like development. So not only the job you're being recruited for, but what does my future career look like at your organisation? So David, what do you think are the key priorities that unite the workforce across generations, and what are the biggest challenges that you're currently facing?
Thanks. I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm on the lands of the Awabakal people today. Appreciate being invited along today. Look, I might be bucking the trend here, but I think we've got to be careful about making assumptions that there are significant differences between people of different generations. Certainly, as an organisation that's very purpose-driven, we found that if you are an organisation that has a very particular purpose and is community-minded, it transcends generations and unites the workforce. But firstly, actually, the first thing that everyone needs to do is actually be really clear as to who their workforce is, and understand whether or not it's representative of the population. So we've segmented our workforce a number of ways, and from an age perspective, we know that 6% of our workforce are aged between 18 and 24, 26% aged between 25 and 34, 27 between 35 and 44, 20% the age between 45 and 54, 15% 55 to 64, and 4% of our workforce is over the age of 65. So I think actually doing those numbers will give you an opportunity to see whether or not you're reflective of the workforce in Australia effectively. So from an initiatives perspective, we've not done things that particularly target each generation. We've focused on inclusivity overall and creating a value proposition that is attractive to a range of people, really focused on the purpose, focused on the impact of their contribution with the work that they do. And that attracts people that are passionate about the cause and the work regardless of the generation effectively. Across our 8,000 staff, 8,200 staff, we have people obviously, as I said, at every life stage. And that's across frontline roles, working with adults with disability, working with ageing Australians, or working with children in out-of-home care, across corporate roles, across leadership roles. Within our organisation, there isn't that sense that you either go up or out. We've got people working at every life stage, at every layer of the organisation effectively. So we've got many of our long tenured staff continue to work in frontline roles, but likewise we've got many young leaders who have the capability to lead teams from all generations. I come back to the question, the second part of that question, what's the biggest challenge? I think for us that's retention. Our recruitment numbers remain high, 2,500 new hires last year, another 500 cross boards within the organisation. But that turnover is experienced across the sectors that we work within, and that's probably the biggest challenge that we have within our organisation.
So are you able to give us some insights as to why people are leaving?
Yeah, absolutely. The work's hard. The sad reality is that children in out-of-home care come to us traumatised quite often. So we see some behaviours that can be really challenging for people. Likewise, working with adults with disability in a supported independent living type environment, some challenging behaviours. And so I think for some people, they come to the sector with all the right intent, but not quite realising what the work is on a day-to-day basis, and perhaps it's not for them. So certainly something that we're looking to work on is trying to develop more realistic job previews, and do that obviously in a really respectful way, mindful of the young people in care, the adults with disability and the ageing Australians that we support.
That's a really good point, that as part of our recruitment process, allowing and enabling potential candidates to understand the reality of working in the role, because we are seeing that there are not only challenges in attracting talent there is also those challenges with regards to retaining talent. And in response to the critical skill shortages and expectations of candidates, organisations, a number of organisations are really showcasing the value of working for them. And we are seeing many organisations, so not just David and Belinda's organisations, but with other customers that we talk with, that there's that focus on showcasing what is the culture, what is the role like, what is it like to work here, showcasing that we have purpose-based work and work-life integration. We're also seeing that when it comes to attracting talent, a lot of organisations, in addition to remuneration and benefits, are focusing on non-monetary incentives. Some of them are quite creative. We have seen in the US that some organisations are starting to offer grandternity leave, which is paternity leave for grandparents, in a bid to keep the boomers engaged and working for longer. So what are some of the strategies you've put in place to attract and retain a diverse multi-generational workforce? Belle, if I start with you.
Yeah, so I mentioned some of those new leave offerings in the EBA that we've got available. So whether someone's got religious or cultural leave needs, or children and medical appointments, or even just a house move, there's leave that's available for them to help with all of that stuff without having to dip into your annual savings. Annual leave savings, I mean. We've also really recognised that parenthood takes many different paths. It's not just the traditional nuclear families these days. So we've broadened that with things like fertility leave and covering things like adoption, fostering, and surrogacy as well. For us, we really just can't compete with the Big Four when it comes to things like salary. So we really lean into our values and our culture. We've got a really kind and supportive and human culture here that's really genuinely unlike other places I've worked. So we really lean into those intangible benefits when we're talking about why you would choose to work for us over our competitors. Things like we're such a less hierarchical organisation than other ones of our size that you'd expect. So for me, one of the things that stood out when I started was how big the impact your role has, and you can see how wide those ripples are across the organisation. And it's so felt, all the things that you do, in a way that it wouldn't be at a similar organisation or a bigger organisation. I never feel like a tiny cog in a big wheel here. I feel like my impact is seen and felt strongly across the whole organisation. It really came into light for me very early on in my tenure. I think I'd only been here a couple of months, and I was in Bendigo, and I, in one of the bravest things I've ever done, I waltzed up to the managing director, Marnie, when I saw her in the hallway, introduced myself, asked her to be in the photo shoot I was doing there. And she not only knew who I was, but she also knew that I'd been doing the photo shoots and that I had one booked in for Friday in Docklands, and knew what I was working on, which would never have occurred to me. And just, I don't think I would have had that level of visibility in another organisation of this size at all.
Yeah, it's a really big one, isn't it? That people want to feel like they're making a difference. So the ability to see that you are making a difference is very core to us as humans. David, what are some of the strategies you've put in place to attract and retain a multi-generational workforce?
Yeah, look, I'll note here that we're largely government funded, federally funded under the NDIS and aged care, state-based funded for out-of-home care services to young people. So our funding models mean we're very much tied to particular pay rates for the vast majority of our roles, and that restricts us on how we can fund anything over and above salaries. However, within the not-for-profit sector, there is salary packaging available, which enables people to reduce their taxable income by $18,000 a year, which is an attractive offering. Our full-time salaried employees also have access to a monthly roster day off, which is much love. We really try to focus on our purpose as we're engaging people, and that purpose is to partner with people to make their lives better. So it's an easy one to get behind, and the work that people conduct on their daily basis is very much attuned to that purpose. We certainly aim to provide as much flexibility as possible without compromising on the care for our clients. And so there's a lot of opportunities here that are permanent, part-time or casual, and probably over 50% of our workforce falls into those two elements. 3/4 of our staff work in a home setting. So again, delivering services to adults with disability in their home, supporting young people in a residential care environment, supporting ageing Australians to remain in their home. So we're mindful that the location isn't flexible for that cohort of our staff members. They have to go to someone's home to complete that work. But there's lots of flexibilities in relation to shifts. So a lot of our shifts, or a lot of the houses have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week rosters. So people can pick and choose what's going to effectively work best for them. For our desk-based workers, plenty of flexibility offer, complete choice and control as to where they achieve their work outcomes. We want them to work in an environment that really works for them. And I shared with Rebecca and Belinda earlier in the week, we actually had one person who worked from a boat sailing up and down the east coast of Australia recently for 6 months. We've also supported some people working from overseas for a number of weeks as well, while they visit family, certainly post-COVID lockdown, etc. as well. We also really overt calling out some of the specific networks that we have within Life Without Barriers. So we have a Disability Ability Wellness Network. We're the first not-for-profit in Australia to have an Elevate wrap, and as part of that, we're rolling out yarning circles to our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employees. We also have a Pride at LWB network, and over the last 6 years, I think 3 out of the last 6 years, we've had employees, foster carers, and clients participate in Mardi Gras in Sydney, which has just been a fantastic experience as well.
So something I've noticed when both of you were talking about how you decided or built out your benefits and your non-monetary incentives was that piece of engaging with your current workforce and understanding their needs. So that real focus on inclusion and understanding, well, what resonates with our workforce. And so it's creating, so it's great that we talk about diversity, but it's also that inclusion piece, isn't it, of making sure that everybody feels that their voice is heard and creating an environment in which everybody can contribute, and that you're then showcasing that through your EVP and your employer branding. So I'd like to now turn our attention to sourcing. How do we actually find this talent? So we've understood what our workforce wants, what resonates with them. How do we then find the talent? We have seen a rise of TikTok for hiring in younger generations. Hashtag career TikTok got 1.6 billion views. Many organisations have been experimenting with or discussing the impact of social media as a sourcing channel and also as an employer branding channel, so raising awareness of their brand. Because we are facing a skill shortage here in Australia and also globally, organisations are looking at alternative channels. So as I said, there's a lot of hype around TikTok or social media as a tool, especially with Gen Z. So my question is, have you trialed any of this in your sourcing strategy? And what has been your experiences then with these different sourcing channels? David, I'll throw to you to start. What have you been doing?
As I said, 2,500 new hires last year, so volumes are high, 54,000 applications last year. And we're really clear on where our successful placements come from as opposed to where our volume comes from. So I don't really track number of applications per source. I track successful appointments per source. So that's the one thing that we're focused on. So from a social media perspective, Facebook, we've got a careers website. We got in trouble from our marketing team recently for having too many dog photos on there. And so we took a 2-month period where we were really dedicated to very focused, career-focused content. And it just didn't resonate with people online. In fact, engagement dropped significantly with the careers page. It just wasn't, we weren't getting the return for the effort that we were putting in. So I think that's one thing that I'd really encourage people to do, rather than kind of assume certain things are going to be successful, actually track where your successful applicants are coming from. And for us, it's from the much more traditional environments than one would perhaps imagine based on all the hype out there about social media, etc. I think you need to match your content to your audience and the online environment that they expect to see job opportunities within.
Yeah. So I love a good blog post, I must admit. So I will be checking that out. So Belle, what have you been trialing as part of your sourcing strategy?
Yeah, I'd say we're fairly conservative when it comes to social media. So we're definitely not using TikTok at the moment. That said, I do think there's a place for Facebook as a sourcing strategy, especially for us with so many regional and quite remote communities that we're recruiting in. Posting in those local groups and sharing information in those channels, I think, is a really great way to get that word out in those places. Another channel that we've been having some great success with is we have posters up in our branches, and posters have a QR code that takes us to our career site. And our career site, we use Recruitment Marketing Clinch, which is a page up product, but it's got the captures candidates' details. We can email them, they can see all the jobs that are available, they can find out about career paths, and we give them a lot of information there and some of that EVP messaging as well. And that's been really successful for people that are just coming into branches or walking past, and then find out more and join us that way as well. We use that at career fairs as well. So we have posters that we take to career fairs for, to capture that young cohort as well when we're there.
So generational shifts always lead to changes in the workforce, but we should be looking at what is uniting us rather than what divides us, and with that real emphasis on diversity, equity and inclusion, regardless of what generation you belong to or what stage you're up to in your life cycle. So if you would like to engage with us more on this topic, please follow us on LinkedIn or connect with us. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you, Eden, for having us today, and I'll hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. You always have such amazing insights to share with us. And I echo what Rebecca says. Please do follow Page Up. They're constantly releasing so much great content for us to learn from. You'll find it on LinkedIn. You can always reach out to Rebecca. You can find all the details on the Rubber Band website as well. And Belinda and David, thank you so much for sharing your case studies and telling us how you are adopting this in your workplaces, and sharing. And that's so important for us to be hearing from other TA leaders on how they're tackling, candidate experience, how they're tackling multi-generational talent, supporting a diverse workforce. It was so powerful to hear your story. So really appreciate you joining us today. Rebecca and I talk about this in a lot more detail from a candidate expectation perspective. You can find that video on our YouTube channel. It's also on the podcast as well, Series 1, Episode 18. So thank you so much, Rebecca, Belinda, and David. I hope you enjoy the rest of today. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you all. Thanks, Belle and David.
Okie dokie. So, whoopsie do. I'm just adding our next panel to the stage, and this is a really interesting topic because what we're talking about here is our contingent workforce. And I've worked in organizations with very large contingent workforces. In fact, one of the organizations I work for, there is a TA representation, the TA lead from that organization here. And it's one of those, I guess, one of those communities within our workplaces that often gets overlooked. And I think this is a really important discussion for us to be having today. So we're joined by Matt Leake from AIA Australia, Deb Jackson from Transurban, and we're joined by Vicky and Miriam from CXC. And what we're talking about here is what is the best talent acquisition strategy for our contingent workforce. So welcome to the panel. I'm going to jump off and I'm going to hand over to you. So great to see all four of you today.
Thanks, Eden. So nice to be here today. Thanks for having us. So hi, everyone. I'm Vicky Carolyn and I'm Head of Talent Solutions at CXC. I've been working in the workforce management industry since 2002, designing and implementing contingent workforce programs, but also talent management programs for organisations around their contingent workforce, primarily working with large corporate customers. And I'm joined by my colleague Miriam today, my partner in crime. Miriam's our MSP talent guru, and she is responsible for overseeing our talent management programs as they're being delivered within our clients. She ensures that the relationship and the solutions that we have with our clients are, I guess, running smoothly. She sits in between the external and internal teams, making sure that we've got the right supply chain in place, we've got the right direct sourcing strategies in place, and also making sure that the tech sort of supports what we're doing. And today, we're really excited to be bringing to you a topic. As Eden said, it's often a workforce that's overlooked. We're going to be talking about what the best talent acquisition strategy is for your contingent workforce. So CXC's been working in the contingent workforce management space for more than 30 years now. We've been supporting really large-scale contingent programs. We've developed some great intel over this time to strategically support organisations with their internal contingent talent programs. So whether it's a full suite solution or whether it's just compartmentalised and different aspects of the recruitment process, we're in a good position to help organisations navigate through the complexities of talent acquisition with their contingent workforce and really work on bringing high-performing workforce, a workforce that helps drive organisations and their business outcomes. So as Eden said, we are joined by two of our wonderful clients, Matt Leake and Deb Jackson. Matt is the head of talent acquisition at AIA, and he has over 16 years experience in the recruitment and talent acquisition industry in both internal leadership and management positions. We're going to speak to Matt shortly, but I'm going to hand over to Miriam, who will introduce Deb.
Thanks, Vicky. So I'm so excited to be here and really excited to be having this conversation with Deb today. So Deb, for those that don't know her, although I'm not sure how many that will be, she is such an experienced HR professional. She's got a demonstrated history of providing strategic recruitment, HR transformation solutions to some of Australia's leading companies. She's got so much expertise in implementing outsourced plus insourced recruitment functions. And so she really offers a unique perspective on today's market. So with her really strong background, Deb is currently the head of talent acquisition at Transurban. And that's a role where she plays a really key part in driving the company's recruitment and workforce management strategies. So welcome, Deb.
Thanks, Miriam.
So, Deb, we have been working with TU, Transurban now, since around 2018. Can you tell me a little bit more about the process that you went through, I guess, to decide on what the best contingent TA solution was for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been an interesting ride, and I've got obviously experience in working with CMOs for a couple of different scenarios with having implemented them in two previous organisations. So when I came to Transurban, I saw all the same issues. So it was really a no-brainer. I mean, we really needed to have a look at how we were going to solve all of those complex contingent recruitment issues. So, putting in a CMO was one of the first things that I knew we absolutely had to do. But then, look, it's been an iterative process. And the business has got to be ready. So we were actually having my team do a lot of the sourcing of contingent recruitment candidates. But, I think over the last couple of years, especially, when, the partnership with CXC has grown and grown, we've been able to see a lot of value that CXC has been able to provide us, recruitment on demand services when we just didn't have enough capacity in the team. That's happened a few times. And look, I was always wanting to put in an MSP. I mean, it made sense from the very beginning. But, it had to be the right time for us. And so as part of our transformation of TA over the last sort of 18 months, we finally said, okay, we've got to do it. CXC was, it was never actually a consideration of going anywhere else because of the partnership that we had with CXC and what they've been able to deliver with us, especially with that recruitment on demand. So we then moved forward and put in the MSP process. So yeah, it's been iterative, but a great journey to date.
Yeah. Fantastic, thank you. And I guess just to delve a little bit more into some of those challenges that you had in the business before before the solution was implemented, what did they look like?
Look, and I would expect everybody out there that has contingent recruitment has seen all of these issues. So we had no visibility of our contingent workforce. We had multiple agencies that were actually providing payrolling and managing these this workforce. We had no way to go to all of that workforce in one time to communicate with them. And obviously we had, all of the different risks that come along with, in the ever-changing legislative landscape. So, it was being able to get CXC in to help us with that, really just solved so many of those problems.
Yeah. And so obviously, as you said, and we've said we've been working together for a while, but when you decided that you were going to, extend the service of CXC, how did you find the implementation went of that?
I can't believe how smooth it was. It really is. It's so interesting, and it was a 6-week process, and it really went so smoothly. It was, the CXC just managed to do most of it in the background, obviously got us involved in making sure that it was all correct. But no, it was really very, very easy and quick, and, probably one of the best implementations that I've been a part of.
Oh, making me blush, Deb. And so finally, I guess, what are some of the key benefits that you've been really seeing from this extended program with CXC?
Yeah, and look, and I think that's probably, I've actually even seen more than I even expected. So it's been wonderful. Obviously, when you came in and looking at that, the streamlining of our processes, I thought they were actually not bad to start with, but you've been able to provide even more benefits to us, which has actually saved time for not just my team, but our P&C operations team. So that's worked really well. Obviously, we've had cost savings. We've been able to start talent pooling, contingent candidates, which we haven't been able to do before. So look, obviously reduction in the administration, supplier management. We don't have to deal with the agencies for that contingent space. So, it really has saved us a lot of time and just really streamlined the whole process.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Deb. I mean, obviously, it's always a pleasure to chat with you. I get to do it most days. But, just to hear a bit more about our story, I guess, together as we've worked through. So I will hand on over back to you, Vicky, and over to you and Matt.
Thanks, Miriam. Hey, Matt.
Good
How
morning.
you going?
Very well.
Thanks so much for joining us today. Always love chatting with you. So we've been working with AIA for quite some time now, and we've seen, I guess, the internal TA function change a little bit when it comes to contingent sourcing, and you now have an RPO in place. So I guess I wanted to understand a little bit more about what process you went through to decide on what the best solution or program or delivery model was for AIA, and what sort of the process was you went through for your business.
No problem. I think one of the most commonly used terms is back to basics, that I'm sure a lot of talent professionals would use on a daily, weekly basis. But I think the journey that we have had and still have is essentially ensuring that we have the foundations in place, so that when we actually go to market and look at a sourcing strategy for contingent labor or contractors, is that we actually have process in place, a solution in place, and we understand what is required to go and source to bring into the business, into certain programs, into certain streams that will have the best outcome for the business, and that we actually go and find the most appropriate resource. So I think for us, it's still new. We're actually 1 year today from launching the RPO, so it's the 1 year anniversary. And just to set the scene very,
isn't it?
I know it is. There's balloons everywhere. No, but I think it's really understanding what we have and how can we improve that, which then feeds into the recruitment team, which is great. So just to quickly set the scene, the RPO model that we've implemented covers all of permanent, fixed term and individual contractor solution. So to set up the recruitment team for success, we had to actually dig down into right at the start. And for us, understanding the current existing contingent resources within the business was step one, and it was step one. We have set up a monthly review of all existing contractors within all of the different projects, in line with all the program heads of each of the departments with the streams, which actually allows us to understand where they are, what it is they're doing. When it comes to sort of end dates of contingent labour, start dates, before we actually go to market, let's actually look at what we currently have, because we all find in different businesses that people will be rolling off at some point or finishing a certain stream. If they've garnered some great IP within the role for their contract length, or they understand how the different business units interact, and they've got some great skill sets for other programs in the business, why wouldn't we start there and look at that? So that's what we've done, which is working well so far. So we review all of the programs across the business. We then look at, with the heads, all of the contingent costings that they have in place, and make sure there's funding available. I think we've all probably in different roles. We go to market, we start discussing contractors, and then realize that there's no funding, or the business currently cuts funding, and that's a bad candidate experience, and it's a bad look on the business. So we do our best now with the due diligence to really dig down into, have we got the sign off? Do we need resource? And what type of resource do we actually need? So we're doing all of that review first, which is then putting in the foundation blocks for moving forward to the sourcing.
Yeah, I love how thorough you've gone into this process. You've really digged into every single stream and understood what the overall impact is going to be. So I think that's such an important part of the process. So can you talk me through like what some of the business challenges were before you implemented the strategy that you've got in place now?
Respectfully, many.
And be careful.
And that's okay, and that's absolutely fine, because you're here to keep taking small leaps forward, and no one expects a big bang and improvement overnight. But I think if you're having the right questions and you have the right conversations to explain why we're doing things or why we want certain information with a business, you actually find that most leaders and most people get it. So what we had, a number of key challenges that we had CXC in place before the RPO went live, which worked really well, and you guys provide a great service for onboarding our contractors. I think what we didn't have is hiring leads not knowing where to go for an actual resource. So process steps, very simply mapping out the journey of hiring or looking to hire a contingent resource, and putting those processes in place so they have a contact person, but also a system to go through, so that it's not dependent and not single point dependencies on that, and some education around it. So we've remapped out all the educational pieces for them, and it just gives leaders a lot more certainty and knowledge. So we started there. So that was a challenge, and it's been a big challenge for changing comms across the business in the last 12 months. Cost control. The old saying goes, if you give a lead a blank piece of paper, they will fill it with all the resources in the world that they may want. But actually, are they required? Are those resources required? So very much a cost control. I think to Dev's point before, we probably had a similar challenge with many agencies sending through lots of different contractors. We've cut that right down. So we've put an RPO in, and we have a small sub-panel of agencies now that can provide resources as and when we need. We do direct sourcing as well now, and we also then rely on our partners for extra resource when needed for certain unique skills that we can't find. And making sure we get the resource that's required for that particular piece of work. So I think many challenges for us, and we're still going through them. But I think as this maturity journey goes out, it's allowing us now to be quicker and more efficient in going to find the appropriate talent, and making sure that the business, the journey for the business leaders with CXC, to make sure there's a really clear understanding of what we're doing when we want it and how we would like it is there. And we also then brought in a, which I'll touch on shortly, a contingent management specialist that actually owns a relationship internally with the contractors and the leads, to make sure that there's all three areas talking, from a lead to a contractor to CXC, and that was a big challenge for us. Often contractors were finding that they were sort of didn't know where to go to or talk to within the AIA, just with CXC. So now we've tightened that up, which is a big challenge for us, but it's working well.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that this has been, in the years that I've been working in this space, the biggest challenge has always been who owns the contingent, workforce. Who is it? What area of the business has the level of ownership? And that centralized point of contact really helps, because there's obviously so many complexities when it comes to contingent workers. So having that key contact, I think, is just such a crucial role in a business, particularly where there's a high volume of hiring like there is at AIA. So I guess now that you've got the solution implemented and you've gone through the discovery process and understood what, all of those challenges were, what are the key benefits that you're seeing as a part of your talent acquisition program?
I'm conscious of time because I could talk all day. And there's still many challenges ahead, but
we can chat after this as well.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it short and sweet. But I think for us, we have essentially three different types of resources, from vendors to statement of work to individual contractors. Now, my team and the recruitment space, we recruit all of the individual contractors. The business still recruits their vendors and statement of work, which is quite common practice and quite fair. But I think for us, when we have these conversations with the heads, we can identify if it is an individual contingent resource needed. That's great. So it gives us route one. We're going down that path with the team, which is fantastic. So that's good. I think for us, having the process identified and really clear and streamlined now from start to finish, the efficiency benefits of actually onboarding and finding a resource have been cut down significantly. But I think also the accuracy of recruitment in market, we all talk about it in TA, is when we go to market, do we know what we actually want to go and source? Are we clear with the candidate population, which I think is really important, so that everyone can make correct or as correct and informed decisions as possible? And we've really found benefits in the last 12 months in that. We also have a really energized a team of people now that know that when the brief comes through, it's been through good conversations already. So the briefing is actually a lot more straightforward for the team, which is great. We've actually refreshed all of the advertising when we directly source now. We make sure that CXC from a partner perspective is really front and center for us, and all of the benefits that candidates get through going through the CXC process, to make sure they know that the CXC position, the AA position, and obviously then starting them from day one, really clear. So again, this is all quite, I guess, normal, but the maturity curve that we're going on it required that, and we're seeing some great benefits. I talked about skills and IP before. We've really aligned now some of the internal moves. We're really finding rather than going just to market externally every single time, and often replacing with people that we may have had internally, we're finding some great benefits on that. And again, the efficiency and time is significantly saved, which I think has been a great one for us. We're now talent pooling ourselves for contingent, because we've got the certainty that we can, and that we are making sure the messaging and the comms with the candidate community is bolstered, and we've still got some great work to do on that. And it also means that now that we have a very small external panel of suppliers, we can actually engage them to make sure they know as much about our business as possible. I think with any internal team that we have, it's great, and they obviously know the branding and the market in place, but actually partners often don't, and they're often give them a brief and expect miracles. And I think that's not where we're going with this partnership for our suppliers. Any supplier, it's making sure they're armed with as much information about our business, so they're an extension of our arm and our brand, not just a third party. So that's good.
Yeah, I think that's great. And it just makes, as a supplier, I think that makes it so much easier to find the best talent for you as well. And that efficiency that you were talking about before in the hiring process cuts down the time, obviously, and means you're hitting the market quicker. And in such a tight market, such an important aspect of the process. So I guess the key thing, I guess, or the next question is, we were already implemented as the CMO solution. So how did we integrate as a CMO with your chosen model?
Actually, very smoothly. I'll tell you what we did do is have a lot of conversations with CXC, with you guys, around how do you feel this may work? What are your learnings pre-RPO on the journey of the candidate experience? Because until we get feedback and understand where we can improve, what we didn't want to do was change what is working, actually. So lots of good conversations, and certainly identified, one of the areas and gaps that I've touched on is when we hire people, who then does what, to ensure we've got a smooth communication line. We've got candidates that are coming in and we treat everyone coming in, whether it's contractor, fixed term, or permanent employees. We want to treat everyone the same and give them the same onboarding experience, and give them the same information. So that's what we've done. We've made sure that the path is really clear. They have a point of contact. They receive all the information correctly, and just tightening up that overall piece from sourcing through to engagement, from onboarding through to day one and the journey across. That was certainly a key gap for us, and we really use CXC. Our service is different to the Transurban one. We use CXC for essentially for payrolling. The service is what you offer. But I've always said this: regardless of the service that you have with a supplier, you want to make sure that the service is as good as possible. And the positivity around that is fabulous for us, and we really engage with CXC, and CXC really engage with us, to make sure we've got all the insights, the data, the reporting, the information at our fingertips, which is really making us making our journey for the contingent workforce hopefully a good one, and it means no delays, and it's a very tight market, especially when it's a tight talent market. We want to make sure that it's done as efficiently and clearly as possible, and give people a great sense that we're a great place to work. Yeah,
that's awesome, Matt. And I'm super passionate about the contingent workforce, having worked in the industry for so long. So I love that there's such a great emphasis on supporting contingent workers and in putting in a program that really continues to help them, I guess, be engaged and motivated and have all the key benefits that a permanent worker would have as well. So we've got a few minutes, and I can see somebody's thrown a question, so I thought I'd throw it to the panel. Should contingent workforce be managed by TA, HR, or procurement? Any thoughts?
I'm happy to quickly.
Deb's gone off mute.
Please. Look, I can quickly. I think I think there isn't one answer. I think it all depends on your business needs and the way you're set up. The last thing you want to do is completely change the world overnight. I think landing any changes of process to a business has to be done at times delicately and very clearly communicated, and the reason why you're doing it. I think for us, procurement play a key part when it comes to MSAs and vendor relationships. I think for recruitment and essentially HR is where we sit. We look at the path of individual contractor, and I've touched on how we get to that loop depending on the business requirements previously. So I think there isn't, for me anyway, there isn't one solution or one answer, but I think when you're clear in the resource that you want to hire and you've set out the path that hires, that you follow that path through.
What do you think, Deb?
Look, it really does depend on what type of contingent worker we're talking about. You know, it really makes a lot of sense for us, you know, where we call them our position managed contingent workers within Transurban, and it makes a lot of sense for them to be sourced through the TA and then managed by CXC. Obviously, your statement of work, true statement of work, can be actually looked at separately, but certainly I believe that what we call our position managed really has to come through TA.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you guys for being with us today and discussing this topic. And I think it was a great session hearing about the different models. I think one of the things that's sort of been highlighted is it really does depend on your business needs and the strategy you want to implement, but contingent workers do need to be given that same level of consideration as permanent workers. It is a large workforce, a growing workforce. So I really appreciate your time today, Deb and Matt, and sharing your stories.
My pleasure.
Over to you, Eden.
And I'll echo that. Thank you so much. And so wonderful to hear the perspectives from both Matt at AIA and Deb from Transurban. And I think you're absolutely right, Vicky. Needs are different per organisation, but it was so wonderful to hear how you've approached this. And it is, like I said at the start, a community within our workforce that can be overlooked. And it's just so wonderful and refreshing to hear how well you're doing it at Transurban and AIA, and how you have had that, I suppose, powered by CXC. So I'm a big CXC fan as well, as everyone knows. Details of CXC are available on the Rubberband website. Vicky and Miriam are always up for a chinwag, so do reach out on LinkedIn as well. Always up for it. And I've even had one on the podcast with Miriam, so give that a listen too. She's an amazing career story. So look, thank you so much, Team CXC. It was so wonderful to see you today.
Thanks, Eden.
Pleasure.
Bye-bye. All right. So up next, let me just remove Matt. So up next, this is going to be a really interesting session. And the reason I say that is because we actually debate this quite a lot in the Rubberband community when it comes to reference checking. So this session is actually reference checking. Just another box to tick. You decide. So we are actually joined by Chris Hunter, co-founder of Referoo, and coming to us from sunny Queensland. Take me there. If you've got any rooms available in both of your hotels, we've got Melissa, who's from Hotel X, and we also have Deirdre from Novotel Surfers Paradise. Please take me there. It's quite cool in Ballarat today. But I can't wait to hear your perspectives on this. As I said, it comes up so often, and it's such an interesting discussion. So thank you so much to the three of you for joining today, and I'll hand over to you. Great to see you.
Thanks, Eden.
Thank you.
All right. So thanks, everybody. My name's Chris Hunter. I'm one of the co-founders of Referoo. For those of you who don't know, Referoo, we're a reference checking business. Work with lots of HR teams like Melissa and Deirdre here today. We also work with recruitment agencies. Today, we're going to talk about reference checks, but we're also just going to talk about technology and some of the challenges that hiring teams are facing, and whether technology and where technology should be used in their hiring process. So today we've got Deirdre and we've got Melissa. Deirdre, would you just want to introduce yourself a little bit about your experience and who it is that you're working with?
Sure. So currently I'm working at Novotel Surfers Paradise. We're 408 rooms here, so a staff of about 170, which does fluctuate during holidays. Prior to that, I was working for an NGO where we ramped up from just under 500 to over 800 employees. And prior to that, I was doing recruitment for one of the islands, which is also high volume. For example, I think in a 2-week period, I onboarded 135 people. So high volume recruitment, which is why I love the technology side of things because it makes the job 100% easier.
Nice. And you yourself, Melissa, a bit about your experience and who it is that you're working with at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm currently the HR manager at HotelX in Brisbane. So we're a little bit smaller scale than Deidre, about 146 rooms and a headcount of around 60 team members. Prior to that, I've got a very generalist HR background, so some consulting, little bit of work in projects for financial services, but a lot of experience with the hospitality industry, and it's something that I'm pretty passionate about and enjoy the industry.
Yeah, nice. All right, so let's get into this and a little bit about kind of just technology. So not just focusing just solely on kind of reference checks. You know, what we always hear in the market is it's just such challenging to find good talent on the market. And it's just something I assume has been around. I've been doing recruitment or in recruitment for probably the last 8 years. How have your organisations fared with a tight talent market? And is there anything you've been able to implement over the last couple of years to help with that? And we'll start with yourself, Melissa.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been extremely challenging. I think the nature of hospitality and hotels just as an industry, we know it can be traditionally a little bit hard to attract people in. There's a number of obvious variables there, but just the nature of the work being quite repetitive. It's, 24/7 operations, long hours. And then you've got the guests and the customer experience, which can sometimes be pretty challenging for people to navigate as well. So I do feel that things are starting to stabilize a little bit, which is great to see. If we certainly compare to the likes of last year, where we sort of came out of that post-pandemic period and business ramped up really, really quickly, and we kind of had to rush to sort of respond to that with a very limited talent pool and available candidates to choose from. So I was kind of thinking about this through the week. I think it's interesting, some of the experiences that we're having with candidates and with the market at the moment. I think candidates are really expecting us to move very, very quickly. And to the point where if you're not getting back to candidates, particularly for these sort of entry-level, highly operational roles within, 12 to 24 hours maximum, they're snapping up other opportunities. So for me, this is where the technology has really helped us substantially in being able to streamline those processes and make sure that we're responding to people in a timely way so that we don't risk losing them to competitors.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's actually quite good to have two people from hotel chains in speaking together so you can kind of get an idea. But would you find that a lot of the people that you're attracting are actually coming from other hotels, or is it people coming from outside the industry?
For us specifically, a large proportion of our workforce comes from international candidate pools, so working holiday makers, people on student visas, and quite literally they've just landed in Australia. So they don't have a lot of work experience here locally. They do certainly have experience in the industry from their home country generally, but that's predominantly where we're attracting a number of our current candidates from.
So, with people being from overseas, is that kind of more of an emphasis on doing reference checks? Because how on earth do you know if someone's experience, especially being outside the country, and even being able to attain reference checks from someone in a different country? How would you do that? I mean, are you working like 8, 9 p.m. to actually be able to speak to these references?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where technology like Referoo has been a game changer, particularly for us. So, I mean, we know just traditionally with recruitment, you're often playing phone tag. And so that can significantly delay timeframes and processes. But for us, then we've got the additional challenge of different time zones, language barriers. And so a lot of the times we just were struggling to make contact with referees. So it was kind of, we have to take a risk here. We eliminate that part of our process, which, I have different views about that. But for us, this has enabled us to continue to undertake reference checking. And actually, I've been really impressed and almost surprised by the depth and quality of feedback that we get through a written reference checking procedure like this. So yeah, I don't know how we would have been able to do it without technology like Referoo, to be honest.
Yeah, that's interesting. And one thing that we've noticed, obviously being at the back end of the reference check, so we communicate a lot with the referees and candidates. And what happens is, if a candidate is from the industry, just say they're in the hotel industry, and they've applied for a few different roles, they've just come over from the UK, for instance, and they're applying for few different hotel chains. What happens is they might only have 2 or 3 referees that are willing to give them a reference. So whoever gets to them references first, usually the referees, whoever sends it to the referees first, they'll do that first reference. Therefore, they're the people who end up getting offered the job and taking the jobs. And what happens is once they've done them once, the referees don't want to keep doing them. And we know that, because what happens is referees will say to us, we've just done a reference for Deirdre. Can't we just use that one? But the issue with that is every different business has their own questions that they want to ask the referee. So a reference can't just be, oh, well, that's fine, because there's things in your business that you need to know and make sure that candidate's capable of achieving. So yeah, the speed is massive, and having a system where we can get in front of the referees as fast as possible, knowing that the candidate's probably applying for a few different roles, the speed is key.
Yeah.
How have you found, Deirdre, with it being in Surfers Paradise? Are you getting the same kind of challenges, or is your new employees coming from Australia or overseas as well?
It's the same sort of situation. It is a mix, probably a high proportion especially since COVID, working holiday visas and student visas. And now that the restrictions have kicked back in for student visas, that in itself can be challenging, because they can only work, 24 hours in a week or 48 in a fortnight, which hotel operates 24/7. You can be taking 2 or 3 people to do the job of one full-timer, which then becomes a human resource management issue, because the managers are maybe carrying a head count of 70 when potentially it could be 20. And then all the nuances of that, with some people can't work these days, can't work those days because of school attendance. I think that in itself creates another headache. I am a big supporter of Referoo. It's been a definite game changer for me. I think I first started using it as recruitment manager for Hayman Island, and we were the testers for IHG. And like I said, when you're employing people at a rate of, a couple of hundred over 2 weeks, that, going old school and having to try and phone and, like you said, play phone tag when you're dealing with 50 to 100 people is just a nightmare. So from that point of view, it's definitely been a game changer. In the other organizations, because it's, high volume recruitment, there could be 50 or 100 people sort of in conversations around recruitment at any one time. So obviously being able to use Referoo is a huge game changer. That organization was also an NGO. So then there's government, there's specific per contract requirements with regards to references, all sorts of documentation, blue cards. So Referoo is obviously fantastic there. Here it's a pretty high volume as well. So I think when I started here, we brought Referoo in straight away, because it's just so you save so much time. The other side bonus is that the candidates, the person providing a reference can register their interest in applying for a position with you as well. So then you end up with another bonus talent pool of people that are experienced and interested in joining your team. So you get that additional benefit as well. And we also use that I guess with regard to technology, I get when it's all interfaced, it just makes your life so easy because you can send those requests from the one system. So if you're lucky enough, and I have been lucky enough to be using video interviews, and Referoo have it linked to the one system. So you've got that, what you were talking about. Candidates want short lead-in times, and they've usually applied for 3 or 4 other jobs.
Yeah.
So if they can do their interview, we use a one-way interview system, and like I've said, I've used that at all 3 of the last organisations, where I send them an invite. They can upload their interview. They can do their interview at a time that suits them, remembering that they all currently, a lot of them have jobs at the moment. So trying to schedule 3 or 4 people to be able to do an interview can be a nightmare in itself. They can do their interview, upload it, then, all the strong candidates, you can basically then reference check them, have everything turned around. In cases where it's been necessary, we've been able to turn around in 24 hours. I find the response for Referoo for references is usually really fast. I've had some people it's been like within an hour, 2 hours, and other people it might be 24 hours. But that opposed to calling, leaving messages, playing phone tag, and the same for arranging interviews, I think that's a definite game changer. And if you're anyone who's doing sort of high volume, then the time that it saves you is, time and money. It saves you time and money because instead of having someone on a phone trying to call people or someone on a phone trying to arrange interviews, it's all basically automated. So it saves you time, lets you turn around candidates really quickly, which as I'm sure you're probably in the same case, Melissa, if you have a couple call in sick, if we use housekeeping for an example, if they're doing like 16 rooms a day and you have 3 or 4 people call in sick or 3 or 4 people resign, that's 50 or so rooms in the hotel that can't be covered. So speed is very necessary, and these tools allow you to do that.
100%.
So I was just going to say, it seems like you're actually tying a few different pieces of technology in together. So you've got to have like your video interviewing, your references, and it's just that automation piece is just saving you so much time. And also the speed in which you can get candidates through the process seems key, because if you don't have a good enough process, then they're going to fall out. So you could just going to be wasting time. Melissa, are you using any other pieces of technology with that automation piece with your recruitment process as well?
Yeah, not so much with automation. So obviously the scale of our recruitment is probably not as high as what Deidre is experiencing, purely because of the size of our property is a lot smaller. So we don't use any other technology in that space. We do use Monday.com to kind of track applications and where we're at with each applicant, which I've found extremely useful, because prior to that, we were just doing everything manually. And as you know, we've got all of our different sources, Seek, LinkedIn, we've got the franchise IHG job portal, Indeed. So trying to manage all of that became quite tricky. So Monday.com is what we use to basically track our candidates, but nothing else in the automation space. This is our first kind of testing the waters.
Yeah, nice. Look, if you ask me, I think references is one of the keys part of the recruitment process. And it's one of these things, the only real way of finding out how someone performed in their past positions is by asking them. And, the easiest way of doing that, we all know, if you try and call referees, over 50% of our references are done outside of core business hours. So if you've got anyone overseas there, how are you going to do them? Someone's having to work out extra hours, or just the standard references. Like you said there, Deirdre, the speed in which these come back is quite astounding, because you're like, well, I've called you 4 times. Why don't you just do the reference? And what they want is referees. They want to do things in their own time, and being able to do that. being able to do that and being able to do these references in your own time is what's key. But what happens is the referees can then actually do it on their mobile phone, do it on their computer, do it on the commute home. So the actual time spent to doing references isn't too bad. It's just the fact that they might be working when you're actually trying to conduct that reference. So using the tech, keeping it on the references part, I think they're key because it's the part that, you know, we get an opportunity to speak to past employers. Number one, to find out, did they actually even work at this company they said they have? But we know there's so much fraud in references. When anything's involving money and potentially upgrades in your actual salary or a job, you know, a job promotion, people can exaggerate their skill set. So actually asking previous people, did they work there? What were they like when they worked in the company? If you ask 3 different companies what a person is like, you do generally start to get a picture on this person and whether they're going to be a good fit for your company. So what have you guys found in your business regarding references that makes you want to keep doing them? And what was the benefit to your company in doing reference checks? Either of you can go. Deirdre, you can go if you like.
Okay. Look, I'm a strong believer in references because, like you said, anyone can say whatever they want. They may not have worked at the organisation. I also find it a really useful tool if you're looking for, say, in the hospitality industry, you're getting into those higher level positions and you've got it down to 2 or 3 people. The reference can be the bit that pushes it over. So that's, you know, that's the telling factor. Talking to someone who's actually getting references from people that they've actually worked with, that can be the decider. If you've got 3 strong candidates, it can come down to the references to who gets the job.
Yeah, 100%.
Sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I've always been of the view that recruitment should be as a robust a process as we can, you know, with all of the different challenges that we're facing. And so what I love about references is it solidifies is what we've seen from the candidate through all of our interactions and the different pieces of the puzzle. Does it align? And I think it's often a great test of those values like honesty and integrity that we know are crucial to the foundations of not just employment relationships, but any relationship. So I always feel like there's been a part missing when we don't do it or we're not able to get a reference completed. And so, yeah, for me, it's just one of those steps in the process in that overall picture.
Yes. And I think too, the other thing is with Referoo, I've always found the support in particular to be amazing. So if you have a question, you need assistance with something, you know, the response is 5 to 15 minutes and you'll have the answer or someone will jump in and help you with what it is that you need. And I think also the fact that it's based in Australia, that's a big bonus for me. Like, I think the fact you can always just pick up the phone and ask someone if you're struggling with something is, you know, that's amazing support as well.
Have either of you ever worked for a company who didn't do reference checks?
Look, I haven't always been in recruitment. My background is operations, but as a recruiter, no, it's always been part of the exercise because you are dealing with people that you really only know from, you know, half an hour and depending on the role, maybe an hour conversation. So you need some way to verify their information. And I think when you're talking about hospitality, it's one of those industries where, you know, the guests are relying on you to be doing the right thing. And that comes down to also ensuring that you've employed the right people. So if you're, you know, if you're the people, the industry is a people-based industry. So it's important to make sure that the people you have in your team are capable, that what they're telling you they've done, they're actually capable of doing. Because it only takes one bad egg, so to speak, for it to result in bad service experience, guest complaints, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything from you there, Melissa?
No, I think yeah, just I guess back on the Referoo path, I find the system really easy to navigate. I think it's very user friendly, easy to kind of navigate. I was able to kind of onboard one of my colleagues to the system really easily. So from that point of view, I really highly recommend Referoo as a service provider. And equally the same as you, Deidre, I've found the team to be just super supportive, very easy to deal with, and flexibility is so important for us. Being a smaller business, it's, sometimes it's hard to get these things over the line in terms of budgets, but I've just found the team to be really understanding and, happy to meet us halfway so that we can find a solution that works for our business.
One thing that people always think of is there's a cost of doing references because you're spending your time doing that. Now, essentially what we're doing is giving you your time back. Now you don't have to do manual reference checks. What would be some of the things that you would do with your time that usually you'd be sitting on the phone playing phone tag? Is there anything that someone could say, okay, well, maybe if I didn't have to do that, I could do that and have a better focus? Is there anything there?
So many things. Yeah, look, I think this is one of the biggest challenges that I find being a generalist in a smaller business is you've always got that pull between strategic and operational. So for me, if there's ways that I can streamline and make the day-to-day operations more efficient, it gives me time to do data analytics, make presentations to the board, try to get some of those higher level strategies that we know are going to have high impact across the line. But unfortunately, when you're in the trenches and you're bogged down in the day-to-day, some of those things just seem so far out of reach. So for me, I can't rate it highly enough. I think it's an absolute necessity now, and I don't know how I would go back to to life before it. So, yeah.
We've just had a question come in from. Sorry, Deidre. I've just had a quick question that we'll just put through. So it's just from Lana. She's just saying, I just always wanted to know how companies confirm the validity of a reference contact that's been provided by the candidate. So, Deirdre, how do you know that the candidate's actually provided a real referee? Is there anything in Referoo that helps you know if potentially there's something fishy going on?
Yes, exactly. So Referoo will tell you if you have a suspect reference, you're alerted straight away. So you have the option there. If someone's providing a reference, maybe the person that's providing it is using the same computer, Referoo will let you know. So you have that availability to then take further steps if you need to verify that it's a real reference. So it takes all of that worry out of it.
Yeah, so once people start to use Referoo, you actually start to find patterns in people who are maybe potentially providing fraudulent referees, and they happen a lot. I think it's like 1 in every 20 candidates is some fraudulent activity going on. So it's a lot, and as I said, people do this because there might be a sales rep trying to get a sales manager job, but they've never managed anybody in their life. Now, unless you ask the people, their previous managers, did they actually have any direct reports, you just won't know. So you're taking people on face value, and most people are fine, but some people tell a few porkies. But basically with Referoo, how we get around this process is exactly what Deirdre said, thank you, which is we track the systems that the candidate use and the referees use. The candidate and referee should never use the same computer. Often, sometimes they do use the same internet connection, but basically when you use Referoo, you start to see patterns. Now, you'll find some candidates where they've been very vague through the whole recruitment process. Something, just doesn't feel quite right. They have 2 referees. They're both Gmails. You look at the reference, they're worded very similar. So we start to provide you with patterns, and you can see behavior and where things happen. And one thing with Referoo, we've got other things built into our system. So, you guys can do police checks. We also have identity checks. So if a referee and a candidate, ever their systems do match, our system will automatically send an ID request to the referee free of charge. It's included in your subscription. So then that referee has to give identification in the form of a driving license or passport to prove who that they are. So anytime that anybody in that recruitment process in the references have any kind of worries or anything like that, there's buttons that you can press, and it will actually go and get you their identification. have any of you ever had any candidates where it didn't look quite right and you didn't hire them?
I've only had one, so
no, I was going to say the same thing. I think there's only been one.
Yeah.
There's been one.
One, yep. So the candidate, I think, when it got flagged and I kind of queried them on it, her reason was that the referee wasn't available, and so she had given her permission to complete the reference on her behalf because it was the reference had been completed on the same IP address that the candidate had entered their details. So yeah, it's one of those tricky ones. Like for me, it lacks a little bit of integrity. So yeah, it's hard to kind of, make judgments, but I think it's an important part of the system.
And I think in my case, it was like the person's partner.
Yeah.
So the person's partner done the reference for them. Yeah, and these are the things that do happen. And, I guess the kind of concept and what we were trying to get at here is, is references just a box ticking exercise, or is it an integral part of the recruitment process?
No, I think it's an important part. And like I said, in some cases, the decision of who gets the job comes down to the references when you get down to the line.
100%.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I just wanted to throw in, I've had several over the years. In fact, I'll even say many where there has been flags that have come through that I wouldn't have identified those flags if I was doing a phone reference, because you're given a mobile number and there's no way for you to, you just take that at face value, right? But, using a platform like Referoo, you're capturing data for another talent pool with the person that's providing the reference. So you're establishing a relationship with someone that could be a potential hire for you. Yeah. And then B, you've got all of those benefits that you've all talked about today in terms of the technology. And I think, a values alignment is a big one. When I've personally had that come up where it's someone that I probably would have hired, but then I found out that they've actually completed all the references themselves, and I was about to hire them into a critical leadership role, and the values alignment wasn't there. It's really, really important. So I want to thank Chris for you to join and sharing your insights today. I'm a huge fan of Referoo, so audience, do find the Referoo details on the Rubber Band website. Deirdre and Melissa, it was so wonderful to hear from you today. I hadn't met either of you prior to us having this session. It's just been an absolute delight hearing your stories. As I said, I am so jealous that I am not in Queensland today. Very cold in Victoria. I look forward to getting to know both of you a little bit more. So I will reach out and we'll have a chin wag together. It's been so delightful to hear from some people I haven't met in the past.
Thanks for having us.
Queensland's not that far away. I need to get up there more. But thank you so much, Team Referoo. It was so great to see you today.
Thanks, Edith.
See you later.
Bye.
See ya. Okie dokie. So up next, this is going to be a really interesting panel, and I say that I personally am someone that is going to learn a lot from this as well. I went out on my own and launched a recruitment business about 18 months ago, and yeah, I've learned a lot of lessons along the way, and I wish I would have heard the session that's coming up prior to launching. So I'm really excited about this. I just want to highlight that this session has actually been sponsored by A Positive Workplace Finance as well. So thank you so much to the team at A Positive. Today I am joined by 4 friends. I am joined by Danny from 8. Welcome, Danny Hansard. So great to see you.
You too, mate.
We also have the lovely Naomi Way from Moss & Co Consulting. Great to see you again, Naomi.
And you.
And you, yeah. We have Scott from Jersey Road Talent. Great to see you, Scott.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing really well. So great to see you, mate. And finally, we also have my friend Russell Eels from Unrivaled. So thank you so much for joining us today, panel. This is going to be really great. We're seeing more and more people that are going out on their own, taking that leap. So this is Taking the Leap, what I learned with my startup well, starting my own recruitment business. So over to you, panel.
Thank you, Eden. Very kind words. So yeah, we're going to talk today about taking that leap. So starting your own recruitment agency. So all four of us have all done that. One of us a couple of times, and some of us longer than others. So I've got to say, I've learned so much just chatting to these guys, kind of pre-show and during our sessions where we're talking through what we want to talk about in these sessions. So yeah, hopefully you're going to find some value today. So we're going to start introductions, of course. Myself, I'm Russell Ailes. I've worked in recruitment for almost 19 years, in-house and an agency. So I started in agency, went in-house back in the UK for House of Fraser, ASOS, a couple of other businesses, always been retail and fashion and e-com. Moved over here to Australia, worked for General Pants. Then the pandemic hit. I did a bit of career coaching and then got to a point where I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And I took the leap. I started my own recruitment agency called Unrivaled, which specializes in retail, fashion and e-com. So let me pass you over to this lovely panel. Let's start with Danny. Do you want to introduce yourself, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Russ. Firstly, what is that you're holding? Is that a microphone?
Yeah, do you know what? I was on a podcast the other day and I had it down here and the guy gets on, I can't hear you. And I'm like, I just spent all this money on this microphone, so I hold it like this now. And I feel like a proper presenter. Danny, over to you.
So yeah, Danny Hansard, been in recruitment for about 15 years. This is my second business now. I had a business called All Squares for about 7 years. Finished up there sort of midway through this year and started about 3 months ago. So as you said, I've had a business, scaled that, grown that, exited, started again. Both are very focused on tech, so startups that have had a round of funding and ready to scale.
Fantastic. Thanks, Danny. And that's a great thing you'll learn about this panel is that we've all kind of work in different niches as well. So let's go over to Naomi.
Thanks so much, Russell. I'm loving that microphone. That's quite funny. So I can, in terms of obviously my background, I moved to Australia 9 years ago. Always wanted to get into recruitment. So I actually sought out a recruitment role at a business, got into recruitment, worked within legal support for 7 years, and then went out on my own and started Moss & Co. And Moss & Co. Specialises in legal support recruitment. So been doing it 7.5 years now.
Great. And then finally over to Scott.
Yeah, morning everyone. Good to be here. But so Scott Bennett's director of Jersey Road Talent. I've got 20 years experience. I only started Jersey Road about 3 years ago. Saw a big sort of niche in the market around the sort of product tech and digital areas of the sort of sports, digital, iGaming, e-gaming industries. An industry that keeps evolving, which means we have to keep evolving literally every week at the moment, but we solely concentrate on here in Australia and the USA. So we've got an office in Austin in Texas and here in Melbourne, and we also about to start up in Europe. So little bit fun in the industry, but certainly enjoying it with its all trials and tribulations at the same time. But no, good to meet you all and good to be here today.
That's fantastic. And let's start with the big question then. We're talking about taking the leap. So when did you know it was time? Scott, if we come back to you, so you touched on finding that niche. Was that when you knew it was time, or were there other reasons? What gave you that kind of impetus to take that leap and go on and start your own agency?
Yeah, I think there's so many answers to that, and just to keep it very, very simple with two, it's really down to number one. I think it's important, you know when you're ready, when you fully sort of understand yourself. I think where you are at a time in your life, what you want to do, how you want to move forward, and also ready. And if you're able to start a business, because it's very different to start a business of being a business owner and obviously a recruiter, and you have to do both. And I'm sort of learning more these days about being a business owner than I am being a recruiter at the moment. But it was a little bit of that. But also the opportunity I saw in the market when I was most passionate about recruitment was when I was in a very specialist field. where I started off my recruitment after coming out of professional sports was SAP recruitment. And that was very niche at the time in 2003 across Europe. And in that sort of environment, you have all the sort of things that I enjoyed: close partnership clients, sort of fast-paced environments as well, working with like-minded people. There was a good sort of buzz towards it. I felt the leadership side came from that as well. And I sort of took that model and took lots of my career over the 20 years together, but moved that with iGaming because it was new. It's very digital and data focused over the last 5 years. The USA had legalized it in 2018. There's a whole new sort of industry that needed a lot of focus. I think taking that 2003 and realizing to start something right now, my passion would be more aligned with that sort of new industry that needed that focus, needed that sort of resource in that sort of more tech and digital space, where maybe people that come from the likes of Coles or, Westpac or Flight Centre, for example, if you're a product or digital person especially, you wouldn't really see that industry as something to go forth. But, 80% of the industries come from outside the sort of gaming space. So saw the gap, wanted to push it, and obviously, enjoying it at the same time. That's where the passion lies, really, I think.
Love it, Scott. Constantly sourcing candidates, aren't you? So if anyone out there is from Coles or Westpac, product designer, focus, Scott. Naomi, how about you? When did you know it was time? What was there one moment? Was it coming for a while?
I didn't know it was time. I was working for a business where I was setting up their Melbourne office. So they were Sydney based, setting up their Melbourne office, starting from scratch, basically here in Melbourne, had relationships, but couldn't really touch them. And it was actually a few clients that said to me, why don't you do this for yourself? So I thought, you know what, if I don't do it now, I'm probably never going to do it, because there's never a good time to leave a business, and there's never a good time to really, I suppose, set up a business, because you've always got the commission. If you're in recruitment, you've always got your commission from your previous agency, timing. So yeah, I just took the leap. And it was honestly from the moment I decided to set up the business to when we launched was probably about 2 months. So I was just like, I haven't got time to think about the what ifs, or if it's not going to work out. I'm like, it can't not work out. So I just went full steam ahead and did it. Crazy, really, thinking about it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a clue.
Yeah. Well, no, look, I think that's a really good point, though. I think there's a barrier that there might be people out there thinking about taking that leap, starting an agency, thinking that the stars are going to align and everything's going to become a perfect time for them to do it. But there's never a good time. There really isn't. There's not going to be a time that's better than the other. The best time is today if it's something you want to do. Now, on to you, Danny, because I think you're the only one here that has actually set up 2 agencies. One very successful that you recently left, All Squares, and your new one, 8. So tell us a bit about your journey.
So I think with All Squares, there were a number of different reasons as to why we started. I think, Russ, as you said, there's never a right time. But like Naomi said, we had a couple of clients that were pushing us to start. We'd done sort of small recruitment boutique agencies. We'd done the big corporate agency. But I don't think any of the environments that we were in saw probably the cultures that we wanted to sort of work in ourselves. I think I certainly felt I could do better in terms of value to clients, but also I felt like I could build a better culture. I think, again, if I go back to starting All Squares 7.5 years ago, pre-COVID, there weren't many recruitment companies that offered a huge amount of flexibility. We didn't want to build a 9 to 5 or 8 to 6 kind of environment. For us, it was very much a results-driven environment. So, as I said, a number of reasons. Felt I could do it better than the company I was working at. Felt that we could build a better culture to be able to attract sort of employees. A push from clients who were also saying, go off and do your own thing. We'll come with you. We'll back you. We'll be your first clients. And I think that kind of gave me the confidence to go and do it. But I think also for me, my wife was just about to have our 3rd child at the time. So I think just having the freedom and flexibility of being your own boss and helping the wife with the 3rd and sort of building your business around your needs. And I think that was the culture that we wanted to build. Is work should be fun. You should enjoy going to work. So yeah, we kind of built the business that we'd always wanted to work in.
That's great, and I think think when we were chatting before the session, over the past week or so, I think we all picked up on a kind of common theme is that we kind of looked out there and all believed we could do something better. And that's not, that's not a slant on existing recruitment agencies, but I think it's just that you've got to have that mindset and that belief that you can do something better. And I think that passion behind it as well, wanting to improve, the industry. So I think a lot of people who are maybe out there interested in starting their own agency probably have these barriers in their head thinking, I need to have a certain amount of money behind me, or I need to have clients ready to go. I can't go in with a cold desk, no money behind me. But let's realistically talk about those hurdles. So if we come back to you, Scott, what were the, what were the 2 or 3 biggest hurdles that you found in the first kind of 3 to 6 months?
Yeah, I think probably you find more the hurdles and obstacles were really, for me personally, were coming more as the business has started, and you sort of coming into your sort of end of your first, second year. I think the biggest advice to people starting a business is being ready. You don't have to have it all worked out straight away. One thing I highly advise, I think me being ready was I made a decision that I didn't want to do what I would have done 5 years ago, which would be, at the time, say, right, start an agency, let's have everything all laid out. Let's have the great office. Let's have staff straight away. Let's have the CRM system, website looking great, me looking great, social media looking great. It was more based on about what my end goal was and how I want to build from here. And that really was, let's start finding those clients I can partner with straight away, build the relationship, build the trust, fill those 2 roles, not the 20 roles that I want to look good on my sort of, job book, etc. And just focus on building, like I said, build that trust, build it up and start growing from there. I didn't need a CRM system straight away. I just used, the LinkedIn and sort of created our own sort of database. I used Recruiter Lite before Recruiter itself at the beginning. And just because my main aim was to be profitable, but also enjoying the whole point of me starting this in the first place, not replicating what I've done in previous years to a certain extent. So I think for me at the beginning, there wasn't much obstacles. It was just, let's have some fun with this. Let's play with this. Let's enjoy this. Let's really build the reasons why I'm doing this and for the right reasons as much as possible, and learn as you go along. Wing it until you learn how to do it was another thing as well. So just try not to put too much seriousness at the very beginning. It was just take a punt. We're all sort of trying our best and doing the best we can with the tools that we have. And that was literally how it started. The obstacles came as the year grew on, as we try to look for staffing. Like we grew to 6 people, and obviously the ATO stuff as well, which we don't want to talk about, and and obviously more on the operations side, etc. So yeah, that was probably more down the line at the beginning. But yeah, just have fun, go with it, go.
And that's really interesting, because I was probably the same mindset when I started my agency. I thought, right, I went out and got the ATS, paid someone to do the website, looked great, right, LinkedIn Recruiter. And the thing is, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's great to have these things, and there's obviously an element of credibility with a website and everything. And obviously ATS, is very important, but they're not the most important things at all. The most important thing is just getting out there and doing your job, getting out there, meeting people, getting roles on, forming relationships. I was from quite a different place, I think, to perhaps all of you. I don't speak for you, but I've not spent that long in the country. I came here just before COVID. In terms of that network of clients ready to go, I didn't really know anyone. As much as it's an industry I recruited for kind of 20 years, my biggest barrier was, how do I get clients? How do I get out there and form those relationships? I think that was probably the biggest block in my head, stopping me do it sooner. But Naomi, on to you. Did you find similar hurdles and difficulties to Scott? Was anything that he didn't mention that you found quite difficult that you didn't expect to?
Yeah, do you know what? When Scott was talking, I was actually thinking back to my first placement that I made. So I was in Bali at the time. We hadn't launched the business. I had a client that I've worked with for years. He reached out and he was like, Naomi, we need this role filled urgently. And I was like, mate, I'm a ghost recruiter. I don't have a business. How am I going to fill this job? And then I had a candidate reach out to me whilst I was in Bali. She was looking, and the stars aligned. But this person was starting in 2 weeks, and I didn't even have a platform to invoice on. Didn't even have my logo to put on the invoice. And I was like, and you just wing it. like, it's probably not the best thing to do, but I literally, I think I set up Xero the next day. I was putting in all of my information. I was chasing up the marketing company, like, can I have my logo? Because I want to put it on my invoice. And it was just, but looking back, I learned so much. And obviously that was great because then I had money coming in before we had even launched the business. But it's funny because I didn't think about that until Scott was mentioning like something. I was just like, you because you don't reflect so much on the journey when you're in it. It's funny when you reflect back and you think, oh my goodness, that was crazy. So yeah, that was one of the things. And then there's been obstacles along the way. But to be honest, it's been pretty good. Been pretty good, but there have been other things where I didn't even have a signature set up for the first couple of months. I was sending emails just like Naomi Moss & Co, and it just looked really crap. But no one really cares because everyone supports you. If you've got the right client and you've got the right candidates, everyone supports you in what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think sometimes the things that you think matter maybe don't matter to clients. It's a really good point. So Danny, if we go over to you, so slightly different for you because you're obviously on, your second business. I guess if I ask you, what was the biggest learning you took from starting your first business into starting the second business?
I think for me, if I go back to sort of the journey that we had at Allsquares, I think one thing that we did well initially was, and I think people who are thinking about potentially starting their own business, but are thinking, well, I don't have a huge amount of cash in the bank. I need $50,000, $100,000 banked up before I start. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think, as Scott and Naomi have said, you can kind of start quite lean. You don't need all the bells and whistles and all the tools. I think when we started Allsquares, we strategically went down a different path. We didn't do the traditional recruitment with a percentage based on the salary. We did an on-site embedded model. So we charged startups and small businesses a weekly, monthly retainer and did all the recruitment for them. And I think that enabled us to, we sent our first invoice on day one because we got clients that were sort of already signed up. We were on site with them, sent the invoice straight away. So I think when you're growing a business, the first year is going to be very different to the fifth year. And I think in the first year, as we've all said, do what you need to do to survive, be scrappy, sort of pick and choose your toolkit. You don't need everything straight away. So I think for me, that's what I've definitely taken into the new business. I think in terms of other challenges as well, starting Allsquares, I'd been in recruitment for 5 or 6 years, sort of learning the craft as a consultant. I knew I was a good recruiter. I knew I could do the job and earn money. But I was a junior founder. I was a junior business owner. And I think the balance there of trying to bill consistently and bill the same figures that I was doing in another business, but also trying to do all of the scaling a business, growing a business, building all the systems. You're kind of having to juggle two things there. One that you're good at and one that is all sort of relatively new. So that's definitely a hurdle to overcome. I think one thing that I'll definitely take into the new business is the first couple of hires we made at Allsquares were quite junior. And I think there's definitely a time to bring on juniors, probably not straight away or first up. Again, I think in terms of you've got to be conscious of your time as a founder. I think the first 2-3 hires should be other senior people that don't need as much handholding because you don't really want to take away time from you to train them and guide them. I think when you get to 12, 30, or sorry, even less than that, 6, 7, 8 people, whatever the balance is for you, then you can start to bring on, once the business is established and you've got good cash flow coming in, then you can bring on juniors to train. So yeah, that's probably something I'll definitely take into the new business.
Danny, can I ask you a question? Sorry, go on, Scott.
There, just said it was a really good point you made there, Danny, is that I think it's quite common when starting a business. There is no right or wrong reasons to why you want to start a business. Like everyone's got, whether you want to start small, you want to grow big, or it's all down to finances or wanting to build something. I think the key thing that I've learned from watching other people and something that was relevant for myself was is you want to start a business because you want to just look good and receive validation from the people around you, or to, for all the reasons that you think are the right reasons. You'll be quite surprised. They're probably are the wrong reasons. If you want to build something and be profitable because you've got a 5-year plan, or because you want an extra income a little bit a week more than what you want when you're working for someone, or the flexibility and freedom, or spend more time with your family, well, then you're more likely to make decisions that are based on, does that help me by doing it right now? Do I need that office right now? Do I need to, tell everyone that we're doing so well every day, etc.? I think that's the important thing, is that when you're ready, is because you're doing it for the right reasons and the right reasons alone. And that could be anything. So yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from there, Danny.
I think just to kind of add on to there, and I think it's sort of worth talking about, I think, as you said, the ego side. I think when I started All Squares, for me, it was probably a bit more of an ego. I wanted to build a reputation to be the best tech recruiter in Australia. I wanted to build an empire. I wanted to have this agency that everyone knew and everyone heard of. And
there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No. I mean, that was my motivations at the time. And I think as the business grew, I mean, I think at a peak we were 12 to 13 people, and I was earning very good money. But I was probably the unhappiest I've been. And I think it's not, people think about having your own business as this glamorous thing where you can earn good money and you can live your own life, but it's not, it's a hard slog. And I think one of the things that I learned was that you have to kind of take care of yourself. You have to look at your own mental health. I think we grew too quickly. And I think the stresses of managing a business of that size, whilst having a young family, and sort of not always being present at home because you're thinking about work and you're stressed about work. And that was probably the biggest thing for me to sort of step away from All Squares, was because for me, it probably did get a bit too much. And I'm not afraid to admit that. I'd say it got to a point where I wasn't having fun, and that's not what it's about. And I think if you're not having fun, you really need to sort of have a look and say, why am I doing this? So I think starting the new business as well was an opportunity to kind of take half a step back, take a look at what I'm trying to do, how I'm trying to do it. And as you said, Scott, sort of think about the values and what I want from this. That's probably the biggest learning curve for me.
I think that's a really good point, Danny, because I'm sure we've all had this. It's not easy. Now, whether you're running your own business in recruitment or anything else, there's going to be challenges, and it's very stressful. I mean, that's really well said, Danny. And I think that even this week, I'm not sleeping this week because I'm stressed about certain things to do with the business, because it's also personal, especially when you're a small business. So I think that's something, people need to be aware that it's going to be tough. There's going to be really tough times. So who's your support network? Who have you got around you that you can talk to? When I started out, just a little thing. As soon as I started out, I reached out to people I didn't know. I reached out to somebody I semi-knew. I reached out to Danny and Scott because they were people I'd seen on LinkedIn, never spoken to them before. Reached out to a couple of other people. And that's how, Scott and I and Danny and I know each other, because I reached out to ask him about how they found starting their own agency. What can they teach me? What can they tell me about, how they started? So I think it's important to do that. Have a network around you. Don't be afraid to reach out and help. So look, I'm just cautious of time. I'd like to end on something kind of reflective. So let's, Naomi, I'll come to you first. What 3 things would you tell your younger self? Your business is, I think, relatively young, like mine, being around a year, but I'm sure that's felt like a long year. What would you tell your, what 3 pieces of advice would you give your, your younger self, as in just before you started the agency?
Yeah, do you know what? The first thing would probably be that you don't need to know everything and you can outsource anything. I've spoken about this before, but I didn't have a clue about accounting, didn't have a clue about anything like that. Didn't even really know how to, kind of do the content side of things either. So you don't need to know everything. I was so worried about that before I set up, about having to do everything, but I actually outsource quite a lot of stuff now. So that's probably one other thing. I reckon second thing is, like, anything good is on the other side of fear. I was so scared of making a mistake, but the mistakes that I have made have progressed me and grown me way quicker. Like, looking back, like, we're 18 months in now. I did a business plan first year and did a business plan second year. When I looked back at the first year's business plan, I was so scared of the little things, but I made quite a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I was, those mistakes enabled me to actually learn from them, and I wouldn't have been able to make those mistakes if I didn't have my own business. They were not mistakes that you could make being an employee at another business. The third thing is probably to invest money, and sometimes you need to pay for things in order to make your life easier. I now pay for Referoo, which is quite cheap, but Referoo enabled me to have more time to do other things. The one thing I chasing up this referee for like 3 days, and I was like, oh, it's really frustrating. Sent them a link to Referoo, and they did it in the evening at like 10 o'clock at night. Obviously, I wasn't going to call this person at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, I would have, but so it's just using the tools that you need to be able to make your job easier. Those are my 3 things.
Great, and going to throw that to you, Scott. If you can give me in 30 seconds your top 3 pieces of advice that you'd pass on to your younger self.
Very, very simple. Just be genuine, be yourself, have fun with it, enjoy it, and network. Simple as that. Yeah. Just, there is no right or wrong.
Good advice. What about you, Danny? What 3 pieces of advice before you started All Squares, let's say, rather than this one?
So you can't be all things to all people. I'm very much a people pleaser, and I like to say yes to everybody. And I think that's one thing I've learned probably the hard way. I had a client who said to me, as long as 80% of people like you and 10% think that you're all right and 10% don't like you, that's not a bad thing. You can't please everybody. But also, as Scott said, have fun. Don't sweat the small stuff, and surround yourself with good people who you can trust.
Fantastic advice.
What's yours, Russell?
I think my 3 pieces of advice.
Quick, wow. You got 10 seconds.
Have a massive microphone.
It's not that big. I think it's perspective. I've got a small head. It's tough. I think don't overthink it. I think don't overthink it. Just get on and do it. Don't be afraid to. I think just get out there and speak to people. I think getting out and meeting people is weirdly in this day and age something that really sets you apart from other businesses, because people don't go out and meet people as much nowadays. And I'll stick with 2 as Eden's here. I can see him thinking, right, it's 12 o'clock. We need to stick to the time. Saved by the bell, as they say.
So funny. Thank you so much, panel. I actually took a lot from this. As I said, I've been on this journey as well for the last 18 months. And I just wanted to call out, as for small business owners that have gone out on your own, I really want to call out how wonderful your generosity, authenticity, vulnerability, your honesty today, and your willingness to share your insights and to help people. It's absolutely beautiful. And Danny, as a people pleaser, you really spoke to me today, and I'm one of those people that needs to, sometimes forget about that 10%. That 10% can really affect me. And one other thing, Naomi, I'm considering getting a tattoo with "anything good is on the other side of fear," because that spoke to me so much as well. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, panel. And thank you to A Positive for sponsoring this. I absolutely adored this session. So any internal recruiters out there that are looking for an agency partner, you've got 4 absolute legends that have just shared their insights. So you will be able to find their details on LinkedIn. So again, Russell, thank you so much. Danny, thank you so much. Naomi, thank you so much. And Scott, thank you so much. You have an amazing afternoon.
Thanks,
Thank
Eden.
you.
Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, where have I got Russell? Oh, there we go. Excellent. So this is going to be wonderful. And the reason why I say that is those who do follow the podcast know that I have regular chin wags with industry professionals in the recruitment industry or talent acquisition industry. And one of the things that comes up so often is people, they move into our industry because they want to make a difference in people's lives. That's why they do it. They want to help people. They have a deep care for people. I've been a huge fan of Talent Rise, who will be presenting next, which is Breaking the Mold, Rethinking Graduate Programs. And the Talent Rise program is an opportunity where you can really make a difference in communities and in society, and you can really help people. So we move into this industry to do that. So I wanted to welcome the CEO of Talent Rise, Karen Graham, today. Thank you so much for joining, Karen. We've also got Jenny Lee from Talent joining us. And we have the amazing Jacob and Marco from Group M, who are going to share their stories as well. So welcome, panel. I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to get probably even more inspired and even potentially moved and emotional and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm going to turn my camera off and hand over to you, Karen. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Eden, for that introduction. And yeah, many thanks for the opportunity to be part of this today. We're really excited to be able to join the panel van. As Eden said, I'm Karen Graham. I'm the CEO of Talent Rise ANZ, and we are the charitable foundation, for those of us who haven't heard of us, of Talent International. And we exist to support young people with barriers into life-changing employment opportunities. And I'm joined today on the panel by Jenny Lee. Jenny is the People and Culture Lead at Talent. By Marco Villela, he is the Talent Acquisition Lead at Group M. And by Jacob Whiteye, who's the former executive at Group M. We're going to spend a little bit of time now over the next 30 minutes or so, sharing some thoughts and ideas, and hopefully providing some inspiration around how you can break the mold and rethink your brand programs. So, I mean, I guess just to kick off from me, obviously DE&I is a huge priority everywhere. Many businesses have very firm plans in place to tackle this, and we've made a lot of progress over recent years. We have bringing diversity of perspectives through many more women in leadership and a much greater inclusion in terms of LGBTIQI inclusion. So we've made some good progress, but today we want to touch on an area which we think has been somewhat overlooked to date, and that's around bringing a more diverse group of people into organisations at entry level. So why do we think this is an opportunity? Firstly, obviously trying to shift the dial at the senior leadership team level is harder when it's more entrenched. Entry level is a much easier place to start and to really be able to quite quickly shift the dial and make a shift in how things are. And secondly, I guess investing in diversity at that entry level and grassroots level starts to build a foundation and a platform for diversity and inclusion and opportunity of different points of view for the longer term. So good reasons to do it. And yet, despite kind of what are quite obvious benefits, many organisations still have a very entrenched and quite narrow view about what they're looking for in terms of entry level roles, focusing predominantly on university graduates, and as a consequence, missing out on great talent, attitude, ambition, and fabulous transferable skills that actually can come from quite different early life experiences. We also know about organisations who only recruit from one university, so kind of further perpetuating that sort of very elite and privileged, narrow social demographic cohort. At Talent Rise, we work with young people who do not have the benefits and the privileges many of us take for granted and have been lucky enough to benefit from. They certainly haven't attended a top university and are very unlikely to have a network where people will open doors for them. And yet we have seen firsthand the huge impact that they can make and have in organisations when they join. And I kind of feel it's really up to us, all of us involved in hiring young people, to kind of provoke and drive change in this area. And it's really all of our responsibility to challenge the status quo and start somewhere. We've got to start the shift in these recruitment models so that we ensure we not only give opportunity to young people, but actually our businesses get the significant benefit from that greater diversity of thinking that comes through that. So just going to kick off now, actually, because I think hearing firsthand some of the things these two organisations are doing is amazing in this space. So maybe I might start off with you, Jenny, if that's okay. Talent, obviously, partly demonstrated by Talent Rise, has a very proactive approach to this. Would you like to share some of the things Talent have been doing in this area?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, you said Jenny or Jacob? Sorry.
Jenny. Sorry.
Oh,
Your next
sorry,
Jacob.
Thank you, Karen. I'm probably biased, but I could go on and on about Talent's amazing initiatives.
But in saying that though, and to emphasize what we really embody here is our vision to empower people to build a better world of work for all. And so one of the initiatives where we lead the way with this is our 1 in 10 pledge. So which really demonstrates our commitment to ensure that 1 in 10 talent employees is associated with Talent Rise. Now, Talent Rise is our charity foundation that not only drives this pledge and keeps us accountable, but the whole purpose is aimed at helping young people who have challenges getting employment. And when I think about the impact that Talent Rise has on young people, it's truly breaking the mold on how we should hire at the entry level, which is super important, right? So there are many companies, as Karen has said earlier, that hire exclusively from just one, if not two elite universities, and that's it, right? So in this case, they are missing a real opportunity to foster DEI at the entry level. And, you know, Karen did touch on this earlier, the risks with not having diverse hiring channels is lack of growth in your talent pool, decreased range of different levels of experience and skills that you can have access to, lack of diversity in thought, which I'm really vocal about because this does impact innovation, productivity, and retention, just to name a few. And Talent Rise don't hire through conventional channels, I would say. They do have community partners such as White Line, who you may or may not have heard of, where they do support young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. They attend job expos such as Youth Week, and do collaborate with local councils and community centres, to also just name a few as well. So if you are a company that hires young people through typical channels such as elite universities, that's okay. Just consider challenging the status quo and diversifying this a little bit more to really shake up your graduate hiring strategy. If you have diverse hiring channels down pat at the entry level, the other consideration we need to have is whether your hiring process is inclusive. So might be bold by saying this, but you know, every company has a DI policy, if not most, but that does not always mean that they are walking the talk. Inclusive hiring processes shouldn't just end at race, gender, age, or sexuality. It is way further than that. And so there are steps that you can actually take to ensure your hiring processes are inclusive, such as understanding the different layers of privilege that exist. For example, this is ability, which is being able-bodied, I guess you could say, and without mental or physical ability. Class, which is economic status and how one has access to opportunities, and education and how one has access to higher education. So to be able to unpack and recognize and address these layers of privilege is firstly to educate yourself and those around you on what these are and how you can mitigate making unconscious bias decisions, which can be a little bit prevalent, right, in terms of how we make hiring decisions. Now, education is key and is always a good starting point if you want to drive positive change and equip yourself and those around you with knowledge to make the right decisions. Now, for example, what we did at Talent is we drove this through delivering Lunch and Learn series. And this is essentially where we invite the whole business to a session. They could bring their lunch and hear us share our learnings. And we called this series Giving a Damn about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So we touch on a range of DEIB topics such as unconscious bias and how they can be aware of these biases and make, you know, educated decisions not only on how they can promote an inclusive environment, but also drive an inclusive hiring process. Now, what really creates an inclusive hiring process is writing inclusive job ads and understanding the right language that has a play in that. So, you know, it is on gender, age, education, or disability, for example, that can be a little bit prevalent, and how that might impact on how you attract diverse candidates, right? So consider the job boards you're also posting your job ads to. There are free diversity-focused job boards you can utilize to achieve and maximize your reach. An example I know is Hatch, that hosts graduate or junior level roles, is my understanding. So it's also important to have a diverse interview panel to ensure that any unconscious bias is mitigated, because that's super important. That may occur otherwise if that's not considered. I'm not too sure how I'm doing for time, but one last key thing for me is ensuring that inclusivity is being modeled from the top down. can be a little bit hard, but it's definitely possible. And so when leaders demonstrate inclusivity, it really sets a tone and reinforces the importance of driving this throughout the whole company. Our wonderful CEO, Mark Nielsen, he actually presented on the Rubber Band a couple of days ago on being the unconventional CEO, which was so awesome. And he's a real perfect example of how he drives this from the top down. And he actually created the 1 in 10 pledge with Talent Rise that I had touched on earlier. So, and it really did help it become deeply ingrained in every facet of how we work. So that's super important.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Yes, I can certainly vouch for the top-down leadership and actually sort of driving that talent, any entry-level role sort of first gets offered to Rise to see if we have a young person who might be suitable. So we really try and start from that and really walk the talk. Jacob, you're a young person who's benefited from a more diverse recruitment approach. Would you like to share your story and experience?
Yes, I would love to. So to start off with, when we discuss breaking the mold, it really is more than just a catchy phrase. It's a lived experience for many, and that includes myself. I come from a small town, or smallish, it's called Coffs Harbour. Some of you might be familiar with, but for those that aren't, it's a coastal town known for its serene beaches and beautiful views. But beyond its beautiful views, job opportunities just were very scarce, especially for a young person like myself. The only job opportunities that were available for someone like myself was apprenticeships and trades. And while that might appeal for some people, it definitely did not appeal for me. I did try it. I was a metal fabricator once, and labor intensive jobs just they were good, they were fun, but they just weren't for me. And along with the educational system as well, like it's striving in its own sense, but being in a small town, it had smaller numbers, and it just couldn't provide me with like my aspirations that I loved. Like I love technology, and I could not, strive in that sort of town because numbers come into play when you're trying to, start a new subject in school. They just don't run if there's not enough numbers. And so I packed up my stuff from Coffs Harbour and I moved to Sydney. Luckily, my dad lived here, so I did have that sort of like safe space that I could land in instead of being like, oh, what do? I have no money. But I had my dad here, so I had a little bit of a soft landing and like a place to start. And when I was job hunting, I stumbled across Talent Rise. Talent Rise wasn't just another company. They didn't see me as a risk because I didn't have a university degree or a typical city upbringing. They viewed me and many others through a different lens. A lens that values diversity, potential, and raw talent. And it brings me onto the table of a lot of other people that had those sort of privileges. And it recognized me that diversity isn't just about ticking boxes, it's about fostering genuine inclusion. And I believe in this initiative so much because Talent Rise looked past the conventional markers of suitability and they saw potential. They recognize that talent doesn't always come wrapped in a university degree or in the appearance of someone with years of experience. Sometimes it's in a fresh perspective from someone from Coffs Harbour who brings a different worldview and a unique set of skills. But this isn't just my story. It's a story of many who have been sidelined because they don't fit in the predetermined mold. The importance of diversity, equality, and inclusion at an entry level just isn't a corporate buzzword. It's the gateway of untapped potential, fresh perspectives, and solutions that not many people think of. And when we're unpacking privilege, we must also unpack our biases, as it's easy to follow the tried and tested path of hiring graduates from top-tier universities. But by doing so, are we not missing out on the vast talent pool waiting to be discovered? And it's just, I wanted to just urge, as we move forward, I want to urge everyone here to reconsider what talent looks like and where it comes from and how we can nurture it. Because, there's an example sitting in front of you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Yeah, what a fabulous story. And well done you for getting where you've got to. And thank you for sharing that. That was really, really powerful and a good call to action for us all, I think.
Yeah,
Marco, Jacob's obviously a real example, a living example in Group M of how you're leading the way in this area. I'd love to hear your thoughts about your approach and the benefits you've seen from a business point of view.
Obviously hard act to follow, and it's not the first time I've heard Jacob's story, and honestly I am in awe of not just his story. As he said, he is one of many, but maybe I'm biased, but I've come to feel very fond of Jacob, and very fond of Talent Rise as well, because I think I've been fortunate enough to be a partner of Talent Rise even before Group M in the past life as well, and obviously wanted to continue that partnership when I came over to Group M. So shout out to Saskia McMurray, who I've kind of been connected with throughout the entire time, and she gave us the opportunity to connect with Jacob. So I'd probably touch on the fact that as an organisation, we have the general belief that we do like to break the mold, not just as an organisation, but also to drive the media industry forward as well. It is typically, I guess, an industry that does hire like-for-like profiles with one another. And for those that don't know Group M, we are a media investment company. So clients pay us, to reach out to their customers through the world of media. So in order for us to do that all around Australia and sometimes in even global markets as well, we need diversity of thought too. If everyone that we hire is the same sort of person, the same way of thinking, they've gone to, the same universities as you mentioned, Karen, or they've had that privilege, as some of us have, which is amazing to go to university, but we do need to realize going to university is a privilege. Not everyone has that opportunity. But equally, even things like location, we do tend to skew across certain demographics, certainly in Sydney as well. So, someone from Coffs Harbour is a great example of us, breaking the mold in that sense, but then also, challenging the status quo to say, hey, you don't need a university degree necessarily, but there are other things to kind of consider when hiring. And this doesn't just go to graduate recruitment. We are quite fortunate that we also have our own 1 in 10 initiative, where we do like to hire from outside our industry for 1 in 10 hires as well, because again, media is such a small industry, and if we are just hiring the same person from one competitor to another, then we're just circling those ideas and we're not actually moving forward or actually doing our clients justice or ourselves justice either. So certainly when it comes to graduate recruitment though, I put the call out and definitely urge people out there to probably consider, outside of the technical skills, which more often than not you can actually learn on the job, what are the key competencies or attributes that you're actually looking for in a person? Is it something like adaptability, perhaps? Someone that could be a team player, someone that has great time management and communication skills? I would say you can learn a lot of that without going through uni. So yeah, they're different things to consider. And as I say, grateful that Talent Rise obviously introduced us to Jacob, who went through quite a rigorous process when he was on board with us. And it all just started from a conversation. So I'll touch on it again, but that's probably going to be my biggest takeout for everyone listening here is put away like your preconceived judgments when you look at someone's CV or what particular university they went to, whereabouts are they located. It only takes a conversation to kind of remove that element of doubt. And I do have to, because I know some of them are listening, because we spoke earlier today. It doesn't just take the talent acquisition team or the HR team to kind of make this happen. It also takes leaders that are willing to take a chance on people as well. So as TA or as recruiters, our role is to kind of try and remove that bias and I guess get people through the door. From there though, people like Jacob as an example are kind of let to roam free, and it really then just is up to their managers to kind of help guide them, so that it doesn't just become a, hey, tick, we got someone who's a diversity profile through our doors. Where do they actually go once they're in here? And one thing which is amazing through Jacob is he's actually progressed to the next level faster than most as well. So this isn't just saying, hey, yeah, we're big supporters of talent and diversity. we still need to be hiring great talent. So seeing someone progress once they're through the doors, I think is quite an amazing thing to see. And that's something that, you know, has nothing to do with TA, that they've kind of made those opportunities themselves. And again, shout out to our leaders of our business who try to put those ideas behind, because once they're through the door, we're not thinking, hey, what university did that person go to again? Or where were they brought up? What school did they go to? What is their background? It's, hey, this is our employee in our team. They're achieving at such a high level. It's time for us to look what's next for them, because we also want to retain our great talent as well. It's all well and good attracting them through the doors, but maintaining it is the other part of the battle. So, yeah, as I say, if I had to do a takeaway, it's just pick up the phone and have that conversation. Like, I think you'd be amazed at listening to someone's story. Of course, through that, it is up to the individual to seize that opportunity and make stuff happen. But it only takes, as I say, the conversation to potentially change someone's life and possibly change yours as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marco. Yeah, and I think just that we talk a lot at Talent Rise about transferable skills, and actually looking at somebody's CV through the lens of what skills have they got. And many of our young people will kind of say, oh, I've only worked at McDonald's, I've only, you know, worked in a warehouse or whatever it may be. And actually just even for themselves, actually sometimes to see what fabulous skills that's given them that can be very transferable and help them really thrive in a different environment. So yeah, I think, yeah, Jacob, you're a great example of that, of taking that, you know, those life skills and that kind of work, those work skills, and then rechanneled them. And just, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Marco. We all kind of have to look at CVs through a slightly different lens, and think about what is the platform of life experience that this person now has to draw on to allow them to be successful in a very different kind of environment. So, yeah, and I think I'd also just echo that support going forward as well. You're absolutely right. You know, one of the things we do know from our work at Talent Rise and working with companies is that it's not just getting the job; it's the young person sort of thriving once they've got the job, and that absolutely does involve kind of their managers and the team around them really leaning into that. And I think we've seen that's a critical success factor. As you say, it's not a tick in the box exercise. It's actually about really leveraging that fabulous diversity and that different perspective and allowing it to shine is just really important as well. So we've got a couple of minutes left. You've given us a takeout there, Marco. Jenny, have you got one little takeout you want to leave the audience with?
Yeah, it's hard to think of one, but I will say my top takeaway is, again, just reinforcing the idea to consider and utilize diverse hiring channels. Really get out there, maximize your reach. You know, as I had mentioned earlier, the positive outcomes you will have as a result of this is just too large to ignore. I mean, you're growing your talent pool, you're increasing the range of different levels of experience and skills you can access, and increase in diversity in thought, which is super important, as we have reiterated. It really does contribute to innovation, creativity, productivity, and most importantly, retention as well. That'd be my top takeaway.
Thank you, Jenny. What about you, Marco? Any last words from you? Sorry, not Marco. Sorry, Jacob. I've got my squares the wrong way around. Sorry, Jacob.
No, that's all right. Well, I did have a one-liner that I was going to share, and it does have a play on what the title of this is with breaking the mold. And so I would like to say that breaking the mold isn't just about challenging the status quo. It's about recognizing that the mold was never one size fits all to begin with. And I think that's like a beautiful way to like represent this, in that no one is going to look the same in no matter what industry you go to. Everyone has to be diverse, and that's how you get diverse opinions and diverse perspectives. And I think that's how all companies around the world should be, because you just don't want the same person running the same company over and over again. It's not colorful. It's just all black and white.
Thank you. That's a very inspiring way to end our little session. I suppose just to wrap up, obviously, a bit of a plug for Talent Rise at this point. You know, we obviously connect with community partners, charities, and we through them can connect with an amazing group of young people like Jacob, who don't necessarily have that traditional, don't fit in that traditional mold, which is just very well articulated. Jacob shouldn't even be the thing maybe in the first place. But yeah, we do connect with people who've got a fabulous attitude and aptitude and can really bring great value to organisations once they're given a chance. So if you'd like to know more, you'd like to start a conversation, please get in touch with us at info@talentrise.org. And also just to let you know, Talent have put together a fabulous DE&I hiring guide to provide some further ideas and inspiration in this whole area of diversity in hiring. So that is also accessible to anyone at www.betterworldofwork.io. So a couple of opportunities there to kind of take something practical and yeah, as Marco said, yeah, make a start. Thanks, panel, very much.
Thank you so much. I knew I would be, Jacob, you used the word inspiring. I knew I would be inspired, and this was just such a powerful panel. I really want to, Karen, thank you so much for the work that you do, and Jenny and Marco for supporting Talent Rise as well. And Jacob, thank you so much for sharing your story. So many comments. You've basically moved the entire audience, and I think everyone who is watching this back or listening to on the podcast will be having those feels as well. You're an incredible talent and an incredible human being, and I just so appreciate you sharing your story with us today. And I'm hoping everyone out there who is watching or listening will feel inspired to make a difference in the life of someone like Jacob as well. I don't think there's anyone out there who is watching or listening that wouldn't want to work with Jacob, because we've all fallen in love with you today, mate. So
thank you very much.
I want to say, hands off, he is ours. But
I know you're probably going to get headhunted by the entire audience of recruiters. But
guys, you're making me blush.
You're doing such an amazing job of looking after Jacob and helping Jacob reach his full potential. So, look, congratulations everyone that's joined today. It's the work that you're doing and the lives that you're impacting is just so wonderful. And I started this session by saying that we move into recruitment because we want to make a difference. Now, why not make a difference to a life like Jacob's life? So please, I really am urging you to reach out to Talent Rise. You can contact Karen via LinkedIn, or you can find all those details on the Rubber Band website. So Talent Rise panel, thank you so much for today, and particularly Jacob. We're gonna be mates. I'm gonna reach out. I just think you're fabulous, mate.
Please do. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once
Thank
again.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks everyone.
Oh, on that note, as we're all feeling, moved and inspired, we are going to go into our final session for today, and it's a really great one as well. And we're going to continue talking about young talent. I just want to call out, though, if you are watching via LinkedIn, LinkedIn does have a 4-hour time limit, so you will be booted out shortly. So I would advise you to jump onto YouTube right now if you're on the LinkedIn channel, and you won't miss out on any of this content. I'd also love to thank Noble Agency for sponsoring the final session today. This session is Gen Z in SME. How to attract young talent, a Gen Z perspective. And we're very lucky to be joined by Michael Walter from Brightworks.
Thank you, Eden.
We have even invited 2 Gen Zs to join us. We've got James and Adele that are going to join us as well. So thank you so much for joining us, panel. I'm going to jump off and leave it to you. I can't wait to hear this session. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eden. Yeah, and so it's a real pleasure to be here. Well done, Eden, on such a great conference over these last 2 days. And it was nice to catch Jenny, Karen, and Jacob and Marco's session just last one. It's a really important issue. So yeah, welcome to our session. We're Gen Z in SME, how to attract young talent, a Gen Z perspective. So my name is Michael Walter. I will be facilitating today. And I'm joined by Adele Wara and James Grigson. We're all from Brightworks, where we work with companies to develop excellent early career programs from recruitment to strategy and learning and development. So I'd also like to pay my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who are here today. I pay my respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait elders, our past and present. And it's great to be here, and I invite you to consider what land you are on. So I'd also like to thank Ben DaCosta, who's from Noble Agency, who sponsored our event, and they're our marketing partner for all graduate campaigns. So yeah, we're exploring why 2 talented Gen Z talent have chosen to work in a smaller startup rather than working like a Big 4 corporation, and what's been the benefit for them. So Adele and James, I'll be fielding questions, and if you have any questions in the audience, please feel free to put them in the comments, and I'll be watching that, so I'll field those questions to them. So maybe I'll start by getting Adele. Did you want to introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah, I sure can. Thanks, Michael. So hey, everyone. My name's Adele, and I'm working as a consultant at Brightworks. For sort of a bit of my background, I started working in the early careers industry as an intern and then a graduate myself, and I've sort of grown from there. In my current role, I manage client projects end to end, so really across the board, a bit of everything: strategy, marketing, recruitment, development, the whole kit and caboodle. And I'm looking really forward today to sharing my quite unique perspective with you, having experienced the early careers talent market from both sides of that coin.
Fantastic, Adele. Thank you so much. So we just had a washing machine delivered, and my dad opened the door to say all done. So that's what that noise was. All right, James, I'd love to hear from you if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Michael. So my name is James. I'm a client development consultant at Brightworks as well. I finished university this year. I did my degree in marketing and software engineering, and then I decided to work at Brightworks. The culture and like the values, everything just aligned with me. So my role essentially includes everything business development related. I work very closely with Lou, the founder, in ensuring that our clients are happy and that we're able to deliver a successful graduate program.
Fantastic, James. All right, well, maybe we'll move to our first question. So I'd love to hear, how did you find your job with Brightworks? Maybe James can answer this one first, and then we'll pass over to Adele. And what were you originally looking for?
Yep. So when I was first job hunting, I graduated in July of this year. And so I went straight into job hunting straight away. And the things that I was looking for were mainly a focus on culture and alignment of values. So I'd been through numerous job interviews and like the interview processes, but their lack of focus on like culture and people development really put me off wanting to work at their company. So when the opportunity to work at Brightworks came up, I saw that they had a strong emphasis on like the supportive nature of like the company. The team was very small. Everyone was very close together. And there was, you could see very strongly that there was an emphasis on empathy and sympathy and that supportive environment within the team. Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much, James. And how about you, Adele? What sort of led you to apply for Brightworks? What was your approach?
Yeah, so I began looking for professional internships while I was studying at university as part of some elective subjects that I did through uni. And within those internships, I discovered a really strong passion for the early careers industry. And because coming towards the final year of my degree, which was in 2021, I already had that quite relevant experience behind me, and I already had a stable sort of part-time role. So I felt quite confident in my ability to find some kind of full-time role after graduating. So I actually didn't start looking for that sort of full-time work until the last few months of my degree. So timing wise, that meant that I was looking more just like a standard sort of entry-level role rather than a formal graduate or internship program, because those tend to recruit earlier on in the year, whereas I waited more towards the end of the year just because that's what I felt most comfortable doing. And then from there, finding Brightworks itself. So in those last few months, I found Lou actually through my network. So she reached out to me, and she was really lovely, and the role sounded really exciting. And that was really just the end of things. It was just went so smoothly and sort of just fell into place. All the little pieces just clicked in really beautifully, and that's how I wound up here.
What were the difference between like doing an entry-level role opposed to like a graduate cohort from your experience? Because I mean, you recruit for graduate programs, so.
No, that's a really great question. So to kind of summarize it, a standard role is where you'll just hire one specific person in. So like, oh, we want a consultant, or we want a BD person helping out with this specific task. Whereas for an internship program or a graduate program, that's when you hire a big group, usually anywhere from 5 or 6 all the way up to like hundreds of interns or hundreds of graduates all in one big batch. And then you put them through a program where you give them like workshops, training and development, and then different work experience in different roles. And then after that program, that's when you load them off into a more permanent sort of normal role.
And so what's the difference, say, for you, like going into a job where it's a smaller organization? What's your experience of doing that, would you say?
Yeah, so one of the things, for example, that attracted me the most to working at Brightworks and for a smaller company rather than a big one was that I love the variety in the work that's available as a small company. Whereas when you get to a larger company or into a lot of those big programs, it forces you to specialize a lot more into a much niche role. And you tend to be repeating a lot of the same tasks each day. Whereas with a smaller company, the roles have a lot more scope generally. So there's more room to sort of grow and challenge yourself. And that's what I was really interested in, particularly coming out of university. Lots of Gen Zs, myself included, want something that will grow them, grow their skills, that can let them really sort of sink their teeth into it and progress from there, rather than starting in something more mundane and repetitive that isn't going to grow their skills quite as quickly as something more challenging and diverse.
That's a great point, because in a smaller startup, there's lots of different things you can get involved in. You can really find your feet as you go. Would you relate to that, James, around that idea of a smaller organization rather than a larger organization?
Yeah, 100%. Just building on what Adele talked about with the challenging environment of being in like a smaller company or organization, you really can feel that emphasis on personal development within that small team. Everyone is working towards the mission of the company, but at the same time, everyone is also able to develop your own skills, whether they're soft skills or hard skills. Within a small company, you have a lot of opportunity to dabble in different areas, whether it's like business development, or maybe it's HR, or maybe your event planning, for example. You really have the opportunity to try out different areas, see what you like, see what areas you can utilize your strengths in, see what areas you need to grow in. And with that supportive environment and the stronger communication of being in a small team, it really just aids in that environment.
That's such a good point. And I wonder if in a smaller startup, you get the benefit of mentors who have many years of experience, rather than sort of, say, in a big corporation, your mentor might be 25 or something like that. Whereas, unless they're part of a mentor program, but in a smaller startup, your mentor is like, 25 years experience or something like that, It's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. That was one of the main things that sort of attracted me to Brightworks specifically as well. As I was coming on as the first employee that they hired. So for a while, for those first sort of few months there, it was just Lou, the founder, and I. So she acted as an just amazing mentor. She's got so much knowledge in that head of hers, just decades of expertise. So it was really great being able to have that opportunity to learn directly from someone so experienced and so senior, as opposed to when you come into a much larger organization, there's lots more layers. So the person that's above you or the person that's managing you tends to be still definitely, quite talented, but not as at that senior, top experience level. There's more steps in between you and that top person.
That's such a great point, because you really got a front row seat in like a startup that was really just 6 months old, or is it a year old when you joined?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often that you get that opportunity early in your career, to get that sort of opportunity. Great point, Adele. I mean, I'm curious, Adele, so because you've now been with Brightworks for just over a year, is that right? Yeah. So
coming up on 2 years.
Coming up on 2 years. So that's like one of the big
year.
concerns with recruitment is around retention. So what led you to stay for so long?
Yeah, so there's a few different things, but if I had to really kind of condense it down to the core things, it's a really enjoyable place to work. So a really strong culture, a really sort of that supportive, really close-knit team, like James was saying earlier on. Because we are smaller, we're a lot more dependent on one another, and we work a lot closer together, so you get to know people a lot better. It's also, I think, as a smaller, medium-sized organization, it's a bit easier to control who you let in to the company as well, who you're hiring. You can have more control over that. So you're able to make better judgments around like good cultural fits for the specific team. Whereas when it's a larger organization, it tends to be a lot more diverse, which definitely has its strengths in and of itself. But it means that it's a little bit harder to sometimes create that really close-knit team when the team is much bigger. I also as well just really, really love the work. So much variety, things are always shifting, staying fresh. I get to draw on a wide range of skills in the things that I do. And I have quite a lot of autonomy and flexibility in the way that I can manage myself and my work. So I find that very rewarding. And then probably one more thing, so many things, they just keep more and more keep popping to mind. But if I had to mention one more, I would say that it's much more rewarding because the impact of the work that I do is so much more visible. Every single day, the tasks that I'm working on, the work that I'm producing, I can so obviously see the impact that that has for Brightworks, for the team, and for the overall success of the business. So it actually creates quite a lot of meaning and purpose. Whereas like internships that I've done previously, for example, in much larger companies, you don't always know like why you're actually doing the things that you're doing. Like, oh, I'm doing these reference checks because it's our policy to do these reference checks. Or you don't, like, you do little tasks, you contribute, you are contributing, but you don't necessarily see the impact that those contributions are having to the same extent. So that meaning and sense of purpose isn't always quite as strong in a larger company.
That's such a great point. Yeah, definitely around this, because it's very clear what you're doing and why, how it's bringing value, and everything we do has to bring value in a smaller business, because otherwise what are we doing?
Yeah.
Great, Adele. All right, James, I've got a question for you. What advice would you give to a company who are trying to hire Gen Z talent from your experience as a Gen Zer?
I think from my experience, from what I can see, is that Gen Z is very focused on, like Adele said, the flexibility and the support within the company of which they're working. They want to feel like important, they're able to grow and try different things and learn different skills. So ensuring that like a Gen Z intern or employee has flexibility within their role, so they have like the option to try out different areas within the company, or the work isn't just like mundane and repetitive every day, like Adele was saying before. But it's also ensuring that within that team, they do have that strong support system from their manager. Especially they understand what areas they need to grow in. They understand that this is an environment in which they are able to grow and where they're able to learn, and they know what steps they need to take in order to get there. Yeah.
That's great. And so when you were like in the interview process, as like what would you want to hear from the company to ascertain that they're doing those things? So whether it's like, how would you find out that they're going to give you meaning in your work, or that it's flexible, or you're going to get mentorship? Yeah, what sort of things do you look for?
That's a good question. I think I can draw from my own experience. So when I was going through my interview processes after finishing university, I would like do research into like the company itself, so like the company culture and like their values, as well as I would ask them questions within the interview itself, how do you action your values within like your meetings, for example? So do you have a fortnightly social event where the team is able to bond together, or is it potentially maybe at the end of every team meeting, everyone goes around the team and says things that they're grateful for within like their experience? What's something new that they learned this week, or what are they working towards, just so that everyone within the team is able to understands that everyone's growing and everyone's learning.
Yeah, and that sort of growth. It feels like that's a theme I'm hearing from both of you, that growth and the ability to grow and developing your own skill sets is super important. And like the idea of finding meaning in your work and seeing the impact of your work is super important. Cool, great, thanks, James. How about you, Adele? Like, if you're in the interview process or you're looking for work or looking on LinkedIn or wherever you look, I don't know. I think you said you found a job on LinkedIn. What sort of things would you be looking for to confirm that they're going to say the things that you want in a role?
Yeah, so part of it is just reading through what materials have been put out there. I know that like when I was applying for companies, I'm quite detail orientated. So I would read through, just like James sort of said, everything that I could find, look at the website, look at the job listing to kind of get a feel of like what kind of writing they were using, the things they were saying. So I think it is quite important for companies when you are putting together that sort of initial job listing or your website or whatever kind of marketing materials you're using to make sure that you're following the guidance for whatever that platform says of what kinds of things should be included. I know that a lot of the early career specific channels like Prosperl and Grad Connection, they have like really, really great guidelines around these are the exact sections that you should include. This is the things you should mention. And within those guides, it tells you exactly what Gen Z want to hear based on the research they've done. And so when coming into an interview or applying for a role, when I would read through those, it would tell me exactly what I want to see. I'm like, yeah, that looks good. Tick the box. Submit that application and sort of go from there, see what happens. And then other than that, I think within like the interviews itself, once you get to kind of that more sort of final stage of the hiring process, I think it's quite important to have someone in the interview that sort of does represent the culture or sort of the company of that team. Someone that is actually going to give a good perspective of what it's going to be like working in that team. So it's things as simple as like having the hiring manager itself. Or for me, I did my interview directly with Lou, who was going to be working most closely with. So that let me see exactly what the personality and the sort of culture of this key person or key people within that team would be. And that gave me the best sense of what it would actually be like working in that team. And yeah, when I did meet Lou, she's so lovely. Everything moved very quickly as well, which was good. There was no like dilly-dallying, or like in a larger company, there's lots more steps, lots more processes to go through. So that sort of that faster and more personable recruitment process, hiring was quite attractive and got me hooked in pretty well. So
yeah, well, you've stayed, so that's great.
Yeah.
And that's it, isn't it? Like growing up as Gen Z, you've always had access to the internet, and all the information that you need is at your fingertips. So if you go for a job and it's not all there, it'd be very frustrating, more so than say someone like myself who's a millennial, or it's still frustrating for me, but for Gen Z, like definitely.
Definitely. And all of these jobs get compared exactly side by side. Like when you go onto a job listing, you search up like accounting or whatever kind of role you're wanting to look into, and you see 50 ads all for pretty much the same role popping up next to each other. So it's really easy to compare. And if one company's saying, oh, we have like all of these great things, all of these benefits, and then another company just says, this is what the role is, it's quite obvious as sort of someone outside looking into it.
And so that's probably a really great point, that as you're doing it, looking at other roles that are, it's probably standard, looking at other roles that are applying, trying to find people for the same role and seeing what they're doing, because that's what the candidate would be seeing. Probably like a million tabs up on the screen with all the different job applications. Brilliant. I guess I've got a question for you, James, around, because what I've found interesting about you is that you started working in like a professional role while you're still at university. So what sort of skills do you think employees can gain from employing such a young employee really in their career?
I think I can talk a little bit about my experience. So my previous work had a very strong focus on a culture of vulnerability. They had a very solid feedback loop within the teams. And so through this culture and through these like systems that they put in each week, I was able to develop my own emotional intelligence, along with like more confidence in my own abilities and skills, regardless of my own organizational level. So bringing these kind of things that I might learn in like work experience, or even through like my day-to-day life, or through university clubs or societies or courses, I can bring these skills and like these abilities that I've learned into the workforce, that it's available for students, but not everyone has the drive to go and pick up like skills on their own. So I think that these potential employees that you might take into your company, they should really be being more proactive in developing just like soft skills that are available to them, whether it's like online or at university or through friends or through a club. It's open to them. They just need to take that opportunity.
It's a great point. It's like almost like an education piece around, because it's easy to assume that young, talented Gen Z would go towards these big graduate programs, but actually working in a small, like an SME or a startup, has a different sort of experience that's got different qualities, like we've heard from both of you. So it's really great to think, if you're trying to find someone who's young, there's a bit of an education piece at the universities around what are the benefits of working in a smaller business, because sometimes people might not know. Like, did you find that, Adele, with your like peer group? Did your friends know the benefit of working in a smaller, like medium-sized company?
I think from what I've seen, like people definitely, especially nowadays, every sort of generation is getting more and more intense about this as we go through. But the importance of work-life balance. So myself, I know a lot of my friends or other just people that I went through university with did have a really good understanding of the benefits of working in a smaller organization, around like it being typically a better culture, better work-life balance, more flexible. And those are all things that Gen Z really do value quite strongly. So it's definitely something that people are interested in. It's really, I think, about putting the opportunities out in front of you, because it's much easier when you're searching for a job. The larger companies tend to be the ones, that have all the most focus. They're the ones that are popping up all around you. So it's really, as a smaller company, being able to find those channels that get you a bit more exposure, or just doing enough where you're then popping up into sort of the recognition and the awareness of early careers talent. Because like I myself probably never would have stumbled across Brightworks if I was just doing my own research or looking on job ads or that sort of thing. But it was specifically the use of my network that helped me find that. So I think that's probably one of the key strengths that small to medium-sized organizations can really use to help get them into the focus, or a bit more into the attention of Gen Z or early careers talent, or really just talent in general. Leveraging that social network so that you can get into the forefront of people's minds. And then once you've made them aware that you exist, the actual awareness of the benefits of working for those smaller companies, I do feel Gen Z are quite conscious of.
So what platform, or like platforms would they be? Would that be like Instagram, TikTok, or is it like LinkedIn for those more professional savvy?
I don't even have TikTok, to be honest. I'm not very good Gen Z, am I? And I've never used Instagram for job searching. Things do pop up though. There have been a few times where I've had sponsored ads where something has popped up and I'm like, oh, that looks cool, and I've clicked into it. So that can be something that's valuable. But otherwise, what I tend to see people use the most is things like Crosspool or Grad Connection, or even like Seek, one of those job searching platforms that allow you to filter and specifically look at internship roles or graduate roles. And then usually the pattern is that you'll just go in, you'll find everything that relates to that, whatever specific type of role you want, and go through the entire page. Even if there's like 30 or 50 on there, you go through, look through them, maybe depending on the individual, I like to shortlist. I don't apply for everything. Some people do just apply for everything. So those can be really good platforms to get onto, those online ones, because the chances are that even if you are at the very bottom of that big list of 50, chances are that most of the early careers or the Gen Z talent will go through all the way through that list, because you're sitting down, tend to just hit it all in one bang. So it is definitely worth being in amongst the pile, even if you're not paying for that additional like sponsorship or top ranking or whatever it is. It's still definitely worth being in the group.
Yes, so very thorough searches. It sounds.
Yes, lots of research.
Yes, James, do you have any final thoughts before we do our final wrap up? I'll pass them to you, Adele.
I think just like a message for, I guess, like employers when looking for Gen Z talent, it's important to think about Gen Z really enjoy, like, they really want to know that their manager or employer understands they're enjoying the work they're doing and they're being challenged and like growing within their role, and ensuring that that is communicated. Like, you're not just like an employee, or you're not just this person, but you're an integral part of the team that needs to grow and needs to be challenged and needs to learn, because they have like their entire career ahead of them. And this is like a pivotal point where they really need this guidance and this mentorship in order to grow.
Definitely. Yeah, mentorship and guidance is so important. And Adele, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'd probably just say that it's just really useful to take that time to consider what the individual strengths and weaknesses of your specific organization are, particularly if it's like a small versus a large company, what you can actually offer that is better than those large companies. And then making sure that you're highlighting that and bringing that into the focus of any of your ads or any conversations that you're having, and leveraging things that you can do better, like those faster recruitment processes, that more sort of personable conversations that you have with people, making sure that you're really leveraging those to help differentiate you from amongst the bigger ones.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, James and Adele, for sharing so openly. We've been Brightworks, so if you ever need any support with your early career professionals, whether it's strategy or recruitment or training, we're at www.brightworks.net.au. We've also just launched an internship program for SMEs and middle-sized companies called Bright Sparks. So you can find that through the Brightworks website. And thanks again, Eden, and it's been a pleasure being here, and Ben DaCosta from Noble Agency.
No, thank you so much, panel. This was such a lovely panel to finish the day with. We really, really appreciate you joining us, Michael, and James and Adele for sharing your insights as well. Michael mentioned regarding the internship program. I did interview Lou on the podcast, so if you jump onto the Rubber Band podcast, you can learn more about that program as well. And of course, you can find details of that by going to the Brightworks LinkedIn page, website, all of those wonderful things. So Michael, Adele, and James, thank you so much for such an amazing final session. It's so great to see you today, and look forward to chatting again soon.
Thanks for having us, Eden.
Thank you. Wow, what a long 2 days we have had. If I could just keep you for a couple more minutes, and everyone watching the stream or listening to the playback, I just have a few thank yous. So look, where do I start? Look, we at Rubber Bands, we really do believe that learning, that content and community should be available to everyone. And really, that is regardless of financial barriers. That is regardless of where you live geographically. We want to make sure that we're producing meaningful content to help people develop, and to do that for free. So in order to do that, there are quite a few thank yous that I need to go through. So I wanted to thank our partners, Ledge HR, Career Money Life, WorkPro, Veeple, Businessary, Workplace Edit, Talent, Yellow Folder, Recruit Wizard, MaxMe, PageUp, CXC, Referoo, A Positive, Talent Rise, and Noble Agency. And that thank you is not just for their support of the Rubber Band community. It's also for helping us produce the content that we are sending out. And like today and like on Wednesday, for being able to pull panels together and to help us share those stories and help us learn from each other. It's so important. So to all of those partners, thank you so much for everything that you do for our community. I want to thank the community for their ongoing support, not just of me and what I'm trying to achieve, but of each other. The kindness and generosity that I see from everyone in the community on a daily basis is just so inspiring, and it's really what keeps me going. So I want to thank each and every one of you. You are just an amazing group of human beings, and I think anyone out there who is not one of the nearly 1,400 that are in the rubber band community, it is free. Come and join us, and it's open to anyone. It doesn't matter your level of experience. It doesn't matter if you're just curious about recruitment and considering a career in recruitment. So please, please, please do come and join us. We're a wonderful crew. Agency, internal, consulting, marketing, EVP, whatever sector that you work in within talent or recruitment, you are welcome to join us. So please do. And then with the content that we're producing, please do engage with it where you can. Best way to do that, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on LinkedIn. We have a really active podcast now as well. So subscribe on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. Listen to some of the stories. There's some really, really inspirational nuggets in there. Everyone has been so generous with sharing their thoughts, their info, their experience. Please, please, please do follow and engage with it. I just want to also say there are in-person events out there. So everything that we do is virtual, but there are wonderful in-person events out there. And I want to call out one that's coming up really soon that I will be participating in as well. So on the 22nd and 23rd of November, the Australian Talent Conference, ATC, is on in Sydney. I will be there, and I'd love to meet loads of you face-to-face. Here in Ballarat and doing all of my work virtually, I don't get to meet you very often. So I hope to see a lot of you there. And very finally, I need to thank my partner, Jason, who has put up with me over the last 6 months as I've agonized over this event. I am so excited of how it all went. Thank you, everyone that participated. Thank you, everyone that joined. And there will be a Bounce 4. It will be in March, and details will be coming soon. But I need to have a sleep. Thank you, everyone. Mwah. Take care.